Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, Imperial Elite, The Forge. Written by Lutcht. The Galactic Empire has brought an end to the chaos of the Clone Wars. Under the guidance of Emperor Palpatine, order is restored through strength and discipline. But in the shadows of the Outer Rim, seeds of dissent continue to threaten the peace. At the prestigious academy on Carida, the next generation of defenders is forged. Only the most capable are chosen to command the vast fleets that maintain the Emperor's will. Among the hundreds of hopefuls, Theron Pelben seeks to prove his worth and rise above the mediocre. As the pressure of training intensifies, Theron must navigate a cutthroat environment where ambition is rewarded and failure is absolute. The path to becoming an Imperial Elite begins not in the stars, but in the grueling trials of the academy floor. 4 years after the Battle of Yavin. Chapter 1. The Imperial Uniform. Volume 6. The Gorthan System. It's 6 o'clock, and this is Volant CH7. Volant Capital, good morning, and we start our morning broadcast with the rebel bombing of a cargo train on Kuwait 3 months ago. The attack was catastrophic and claimed the lives of 131 civilians who lived in the apartments lining the track. It is still the deadliest terrorist attack conducted by the Rebel Alliance in 4 years. She sits on the cold floor of the living room, with the only source of light being the vid screen in front of her. Her eyes widen as the broadcast of CH7 continues, showing the camera footage of wrecked containers and train carts lying chaotically around the track. She remembers the first time she watched what happened. 8 thorium charges lied below the track. When the targeted cargo train appeared around the corner of the turn, the charges blew up and destroyed the track before it could pull the brakes. The train shot over the crater, derailed, crashed through the safety barriers, shot towards the apartment buildings, and charged through them. She remembers the footage as clear as day. Relatives of the casualties waited for 3 long months until the Imperial Security Bureau and the Army Engineering Corps finished their investigation with the arrest of 11 suspects who have been linked to the Rebel Alliance. They were arrested yesterday in the Warrior District of Kuwait around midnight and have been neutralized after their capture. Good. Kill them in front of their rebel friends. It's the punishment all of those demons deserve. The news playing out on the vid screen makes a smile form on her face, grinning to hear that justice has finally been served in the name of the Empire. However, the ISB is still on the lookout for one suspect who they believe to be the mastermind behind the Kuwait train bombing. The footage of the disaster zone switches to a white background with animated sketches of a man dressed in all black. She's seen the sketches many times before on the same channel, and she can recall every bit of detail. From the green, T-shaped visor to the black armor and camis hanging down from his waist. The Imperial Security Bureau is searching for this man dressed in a black armor suit, and although his unusual color palette should stand out amidst the morning rush, the ISB has so far failed to identify him, and they struggle to find witnesses and gather valuable intel. But 11 rebels are dead. That's good. She can never get enough of it. Each day before she goes to school in the capital of Volant 6, she watches CH7 to miss nothing about the current galactic civil war. It's a conflict brewing between the Empire and the Rebel Alliance, a terrorist movement of demons. The morning ritual of others is staying in bed until the last second and eating hastily to not arrive late at school or work. Her morning ritual is seeing the rebel scumbags being kicked in their asses by the Empire. It's something she can't miss as it fuels her. It gets her through the day, and it fuels the militaristic fury that burns within her. As CH7 switches to economic news she finds it boring, she hears footsteps on the stairs behind her. Turning around her head, she sees it's her father walking down the stairs. His working jacket slides behind him while he's putting it on, and his wedding necklace is hanging around his neck. It's been 15 years ever since. Time's flying. Her father's eyes land on her. EVA, what are you doing here so early? As her father steps into the kitchen, that's part of the living room, AVA turns her head back to the vid screen. I awoke early, couldn't sleep, she replies. EVA is 6:25 in the morning, he answers. Her father taps the button and turns on the lights. The living room suddenly floods in a yellow-white hue, and it hurts her eyes. She squeezes them and can barely see the green digits of Senior Fleet Systems' stock value on the vid screen. She looks down at her pink socks and white pajama leggings to let her eyes adjust to the bright light. I know, she replies, nearly nonchalantly. She doesn't care how early she wakes up. Whenever her eyes are open, she yearns for a plate of war news as breakfast, even when it's boring economic news that's playing out on the vid screen. It's better than when a lunatic guns down his mother, his neighbor, and, for some reason, his dentist in that CH-7 then approaches a civilian living nearby and asks what he heard. Yeah, I just came home from my workplace and suddenly I heard 2 loud bangs. I never expected this to happen here. This neighborhood has always been very peaceful. They always say the neighborhood is peaceful. Turns out they weren't. Boring numbers of rising stock value are far better than that kind of segment CH-7 sometimes features. Eva's eyes slowly adapt to the lights, and she can finally bear to watch the vid screen without burning her eyes. Then the vid screen starts lagging and the words of the news anchor constantly repeat. The footage is stuck on a random frame of an interviewed spokesperson of the Senior Fleet Systems. Eva lets out a sigh of frustration. Blasted vid screen, she whispers. Evie reaches out for the buttons below the screen to fix the lagging. Her father turns on the caf machine and lets it pour the caffeine into his cup as he notices EVA turning the buttons of the vid screen. EVA, why are you still watching the news channels? He asks, his eyebrows furrowing. Didn't I tell you to stop watching them? She sighs and refuses to answer as all of her attention is focused on fixing the lagging. Ava needs it to fuel her spirit. The reception antenna is broken again, she says, her eyes focused on the screen. As the cab machine continues to simmer like a speeder engine, her father walks out of the kitchen into the living room and approaches the vid screen. Her father lets out a sigh. He has told her enough times she should stop watching CH-7, especially this early in the morning. It's something Evie is unable to understand yet. So, trying to get through to her, her father reaches out for the power cable behind the vid screen and unplugs it. The screen goes pitch black, and Evie is met by her reflection in the screen. She sighs and looks up at her father. What did I tell you yesterday and the days prior? He asks, leaning with his elbow on the vid screen. Eva looks down with frustration brewing within her and she sighs. Don't care about the rest of the galaxy, she recites. Let the galaxy be for what it is, he says. It's better if you don't care what's happening beyond our reach. Let the galaxy alone and focus on our home instead of the war. There won't be a home if we don't care about the war, Eva sighs. The Rebel Alliance is an unhinged pack of demons. The frustration rises in her chest and she looks up at her father. Why can't I care about the galaxy if they terrorize us? Eva asks. There's a whole galaxy with people like us, Dad. EVA, her father sighs. I just don't want you to be involved in this war. It's far more complex than what they show you. But, Dad, she says, standing up from the floor. No, he interrupts her. I don't have the energy and time right now to explain this all over again. I don't want you anywhere near the vid screen, or else I throw it in the trash compactor. Got it? Her father's strict voice makes EVA feel uneasy, and she's left with frustration brewing in her chest. Though she disagrees with him, she can't speak against him. She shifts her eyes down and lets out a sigh, trying to relieve the frustration. She then feels the cold hand of her father on her cheek. "EVA, please understand that I do this to protect you," he says. Eva looks up at her father. "The conscription program doesn't care about your personal dreams," he says. "They'll put you wherever they need you the most, and that is on the front lines of the bloodiest war zones on the other side of the galaxy. I don't want you there and so far away from home. EVA is better for you to become, I'm just saying something, an officer or anything else other than a militant." Eva scoffs. She's a steadfast girl with a clear ambition she wants to follow, and she can feel it shining in her heart. "Dad, I want to become a soldier of the Empire to fight the rebels, not a janitor or an officer stuck at base, looking at data pads. Sure, they do important stuff too, but I'm willing to make my hands dirty and fight those rebel scum anytime. I don't want to read some data about them or clean the mud on the floor. I want to fight those scum, hunt them, and do whatever I have to for us, the people of the Empire. EVA, the war is ruled by politics. When you join the Army or the Stormtrooper Corps, you're screwed. There's no Senate to begin with anyway. I mean the politics within the Imperial hierarchy. Generals and admirals fight for their own gain, and not just for the greater good. The politics are screwed, and I don't want you to be caught in a war zone on the fields or between generals. You understand me?" There's no way to talk out of it or to convince her father otherwise. Realizing that, Eva sighs. "I can better say I agree with him, just to be done with this." "Yes, Dad," she responds. Her father nods, happy to have broken through to her. He's been trying to for months, but to no avail, and having to accept what he has told her makes Eva feel even more frustrated, having to believe something she doesn't want to. Serving the Empire and fighting for the people is what she wants and believes is good. It's what any citizen should do. Sadly, her father is not on the same line as her, and it frustrates her that she can't follow her desires. The caf machine on the kitchen counter stops simmering, and her father retracts his hand from Eva's cheek. He looks at the gray chronometer on his wrist. It's a little dome strapped around his wrist that shows a little blue hologram of 4 digits displaying time. "I have to go," he mumbles. He quickly turns around and walks into the kitchen, grasping his working bag and sweeping it elegantly from the counter in a hurry. He takes his cup of fresh caf from the machine and turns it off with the tap on the button. "It will be a busy day at the facility," he says, checking the pockets of his jacket. "BlasTech fished in a mega deal of the Army yesterday. The paycheck is going to burn with credits. No." Her father zips his jacket shut and taps the button. The door opens, and Evie feels a cold breeze suddenly blowing into her. It's chilly, and Eva feels her body shivering as her father steps outside. "I'll see you tonight, Eva," he says. Then the door slides shut and her father disappears, going out to work. She can hear his speeder powering up and shrieking away from the house. Eva steps backwards and lets herself fall onto the couch with a soft thud. The polyester bounces back. Why can I join the military? Eva wonders. It frustrates her that her father doesn't accept the dream she wants to strive for. It's an ambition that shines brightly in her heart, and is one of the few things she wakes up for. Serving the Empire, fighting for the people, and punishing the Rebel Alliance for the horrible stuff they do, and is footage shown on CH7 that fuels her desires. No matter how many times her father needs to explain it to her, Eva remains steadfast, going straight ahead towards what she desires. Evie is determined to join the Imperial military, do what must be done to maintain the peace, and become the Imperial Elite. Part 1, Fury of Death. It's 7:50. The sun slowly rises in the air and floods her room in a soft yellow hue. The light of the sun feels blissful in her eyes as Evie prepares herself to go to school like any other day. Her tightly ironed school uniform lies on the blue sheet of her bed. Next to her gray pillow stands her night desk with the little action figure of a stormtrooper standing upright. She got it from her best friend as a birthday gift 2 years ago. On the other side of the room stands her metal desk with her black school bag sitting on the table, and in the middle between her desk and her bed is the large window that floods her bedroom with sunlight. It gives her a magical-looking view of the scenery around her house, a field of grain that reaches as far as her eyes can see. The sky is filled with shades of yellow and blue as the blazing sun slowly rises. The blissful sun that shows itself through her window makes EVA forget the frustration she had this morning with her father, and she proceeds with her usual morning routine. She grasps the jacket of her uniform from the bed and holds it in front of her. Eva tugs the fabric with her hand, feeling the soft but durable fabric. It's a gray, white-striped jacket with a black zipper going from the neck all the way down. She bears the white insignia of the Empire on her chest, and she wears a black tie. The uniform has a gray, waving skirt, gray leggings, white socks, and a pair of gray shoes with black laces. It's the uniform all students across the Empire have to wear. It radiates authority, order, and discipline, and the shiny Imperial emblem on the chest gives her a sense of loyalty, and the fact that every student has to wear it makes her feel united with the Empire she loyally serves. Eva puts on her uniform, and it sits tightly around her body. It makes her feel proud to wear it, and every time she does, it gives her a smile on her face. She walks towards the mirror next to her window. Staring at her reflection, Ivy twists and pivots around and checks her outfit. The gray uniform sits tightly around her body, but she notices there's a wrinkle down her uniform. She pulls onto it and the wrinkle disappears. Perfect. In the mirror, she can see her open door, and Eva notices the face of her little sister peeking around the corner. Her long blonde hair hangs down, and her blue little eyes look at her. Seeing Elena in the reflection makes her heart warm up with love. Elena is one of the few close people in her life who doesn't judge her military desire, and she smiles as Eva sees her in the mirror. Eva walks away from the mirror and crashes down on her bed, making the blue bed sheet wrinkle, and she reaches out for her black shoes to put on. They're tight, and it's always a bit of a struggle to put them on. "Elena, what time is it?" she asks, tying her laces into a bow. Elena looks at the small blue chronometer on her wrist. She got it for her birthday when she was 6 years old, and Eva remembers the smile Elena had on her face when she opened the box. 8:10, Elena answers, her soft voice as soft as a bird. Blast it, Eva curses, and she jumps up from her bed and sweeps her backpack from her desk. Is it that late already? Eva needs to hurry if she wants to take the right bus on time. They always arrive according to a tight schedule, and they never come too late, even in remote areas like her home. She bolts out of the door past Elena, runs downstairs, and sees her mother in the kitchen cutting some fruit on the metal cutting board. Her wedding necklace shimmers around her throat in the sunlight as it shines through the windows of the home. "Mom, did you prepare my lunchbox?" she asks, stepping towards the kitchen counter. Her mother smiles and grasps a metal lunchbox next to her cutting board. "Yes, I did, sweetheart," and she slides the lunchbox over the kitchen counter. "Thanks, Mom," she says, and she grasps the lunchbox and pushes it into her packed school bag, the Imperial insignia shining in the light. "I'm going to school, bye." "Bye, sweetheart." Evie taps the button and bolts out of the door. She stumbles into the chilly wind as she puts her backpack on her back and steps onto the wooden porch. It's a house in the middle of grainfields and is connected to Volan's infrastructure through one dirt road in front of her. She steps off the porch and walks towards the dirt road that ends at her house. It goes almost a click ahead. EVA. She stops in her tracks and turns around. She sees Alina running towards her over the dirt as her long, blonde hair sways in the breeze. Eva notices her little sister is holding something in her hand as she stops in front of her. "You forgot your data pad," she says. "It was still in the charger. Blast it." Eva smiles as she quickly takes her data pad from her sister. "Thank you so much, Alina," and she chuckles. "Where would I have been without you?" Alina chuckles too, and she moves away the long strands of her hair away from her face. Eva zips open her backpack and puts her data pad on top of her lunchbox. "When will you be back?" Alina asks, holding her hands together. Eva looks up. She lifts up her backpack and puts it on her back. "I think in the afternoon," she says, smiling. "You already miss me?" Alina pivots around a little in the breeze and nods. She steps closer and entangles her arms around her. Evie embraces her little sister in a tight hug. It makes her heart warm up in the cold breeze of the morning. Alina is 2 years younger than EVA. Sometimes she's unable to let go of her sister, and Eva understands it. They live so remote they don't have neighbors, making EVA the only person Alina can get close to. Evie runs her fingers gently through Aline's blonde strands of hair as she looks down at her. "What will you do today?" she asks. "I'm going to visit the scouts with Mom," Alina replies, tilting her head up. "We're going to see if it's fun." Eva smiles. The Imperial Scouting Group is an organization that teaches young kids survival techniques in the wild. It's a lighter version of the Imperial Academy, focusing on shooting with bows and arrows and simple first aid techniques rather than firing blasters and hitting punching bags. Just hearing what the Scouts has to offer makes Eva believe it's going to be fun. "I'm sure it will be fun," Eva replies. "You'll learn recognizing traces of animals, arching, making campfires, and other astral things. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." "But I want to join the academy with you," Alina replies. "Hey, you're not old enough to apply," Eva smiles, "but I'm sure the things you'll learn at the Scouts will help you at the academy. I think the skills can really come in handy." Alina nods. "Will Mom and Dad allow it?" Eva lets out a sigh. Her fingers still run through Aline's long strands of hair as she looks at her. "Well, Mom and Dad can't force us not to join the academy," says Eva. "We'll be conscripted, which means we'll have to attend the academy. It's mandatory, even if Mom and Dad don't like it." Alina nods, and she puts her head against her sister's chest, tightening her grip around her. "I hope we can one day shoot the demons down," she says. Evie suddenly bursts out in laughter, chuckling at Eline's comment. Even at such a young age, the Imperial ideology has been hammered excellently into her mind, and it shows. "I promise," says Evie, smiling. "We'll shoot them down when we're both stormtroopers." Eva lets go of Aline's long hair and lets it blissfully sway in the breeze. Then Eva's eyes land on the little blue chronometer on Aline's wrist in the corner of her eye. 8:13. "I have to go." Eva tilts her head down. "Hey, Alina." "I have to go now. The bus is waiting for me." Alina looks up, hesitating to let go of her older sister. "They won't like it when I'm late," says Eva, looking at her. After a bit of hesitation, Alina nods and lets go of her older sister, and they both say goodbye. "Alina, I'll be back soon," says Eva. "I promise." Alina nods, and a smile forms on her face as her blonde hair sways in the breeze. Smiling too, Eva turns around and walks away from her home, heading to the bus stop. Walking through the dirt road, she can't get the hug out of her mind. There's no other person in the galaxy she loves more than her little sister, and they'll never let go of each other. Walking over the dirt road that cuts through the grainfields, Eva reaches out for her hair and gently scrambles them together. The wind at Volant 6 can be rough sometimes, especially in the streets of the capital. She ties the long strands of her hair up in a bun so it won't fly up in her face when the wind picks up. As she runs her finger gently through her bun to check if it sits right, Eva's eyes land on a dark gray marble in the blue sky, slowly moving away from the bright sun. Is Volant Prime a toxic, uninhabitable planet that's been owned by mining corporations for centuries? The biggest one, the Exodus Mining Corporation, is one of the main leaders in the ore market. To keep their employees close to their mining facilities, the corporation built a settlement on the only inhabitable moon that orbits Volant Prime. That moon is Volant 6, Eva's homeworld. Long before she was born, the Exodus Mining Corporation slowly expanded the settlement to accommodate more and more employees. They took their children and their families with them as they discovered Volant 6 had a stable climate and very few apex predators roaming the grass fields. The settlement slowly grew as more families moved. That was 400 years ago. Now, that small settlement is a thriving, metropolitan city housing millions of inhabitants, now known as Volant Capital. Arriving at the stop, the bus quickly arrives and she steps in, taking a window seat on the left side. The grainfields whoosh past her until the bus enters the highway towards the capital. And after a trip of 20 minutes, the bus stops at her destination. She steps out at Overbrook Road, a 3-lane avenue that pierces through the city. No matter the time, it is always busy. Looking a bit around on the sidewalk, Eve feels the cold breeze blowing through the avenue as the speeders dash past her. Everything is still the same. The gray buildings, the high-rises, the red flags with the white Imperial insignia, the smell of combustion gases, everything is still the same as always. Nothing of her beloved homeworld is taken away by the rebel demons, and when she is at the Imperial Academy, Eva is determined to protect all of it. She walks through a road towards her school, which is a 10-minute walk away from her. Eva passes many citizens with thick jackets on their way to their workplaces, whether it is the supermarkets or the prestigious corporations at Trustfall Center. Walking through the morning rush makes Eva feel like she's part of something bigger, the economy of a large, powerful presence, the Galactic Empire. There's nothing better than that. The Empire is the most superior system in the galaxy, and Eva has no doubt in her beliefs. She walks past the outlets of some fancy fashion brands. Usually they show advertisements for the brand on holograms, but in the morning rush, they show propaganda videos for everyone to see. They attract Eva's attention, and she stops in front of one. The galaxy is a treacherous place, from Kuat all the way to Rylith, tells the narrator through the speakers. The hologram shows her an image of planets orbiting their stars, worlds under the reign of the Empire. It's full of threats to our way of life. But fear not. The glorious Galactic Empire stands ready to defend you as we bring prosperity and peace to every world we touch, no matter the cost. We stand firm against anyone who dares to bring us down. The hologram footage switches to stormtroopers marching through the avenues of Coruscant, and Eva's eyes widen as she looks at the future of herself. "We're the Stormtrooper Corps," she hears as the camera focuses on one stormtrooper. "We Chinese are the elite troopers of the Empire, defending our worlds from any foe. Our bucket is our face, our TK number is our name. Join us and become part of the elite fighting force of the Empire." Eva sees 3 teenage boys approaching her and watching the hologram as well, watching in awe at what their empire is offering them. They all wear their school uniforms as well. They are mostly the same as Eva's outfit, with the only differences being their jeans and their jackets. "Or join the Navy," says an officer as the camera focuses on him. "We ensure safe passage from and to Imperial worlds, protecting you from any threat we come across. From cowardly pirates to stubborn asteroids, nothing stands in the way of protecting you. Join the Imperial Navy and embark upon one of the thousands of star destroyers. One boy on Eva's left points at the hologram. There's no criffin way those rebel bugs think they can face off those star destroyers, right? Another one scoffs. Dumbasses. The glory is enough to make them run away like cowards. Glory to the Empire. A smile forms on Eva's face. Glory to the Empire. As she keeps watching the hologram, the propaganda video switches to a gunner in dark gray armor, sitting on a TIE Vulcan, driving over a muddy battlefield with his threads plowing the ground. The gunner holding his anti-personnel machine gun looks directly into the camera as it focuses on him. Up for a challenge? He asks. Join the army as we stand unyieldingly on the front lines, directly facing our worst enemies with equipment made by the best. We are the fighting force that fights the most to keep our glorious empire expanding into oblivion. Participate in the most daring campaigns and establish security and stability on all worlds outside the border. Make them bow for us. The footage switches to TIE fighters shrieking over the battlefields, like vultures as battalions of TIE Vulcans drive over the ground, with army troopers flanking them. No matter where you're from, tells the narrator, the Empire is proud to have you as a soldier, behind, or on the front lines. Join the military and take part in the galaxy's golden era as a bringer of peace, security, and prosperity. Join us and fight for your empire. The call for conscription ends with the blazing insignia of the Galactic Empire on a black background. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empire. The hologram starts showing cinematic close-ups of a fancy jacket made for men, with the price tag being 4,000 credits, ridiculously high for just a jacket people wear once a day. It turns her away and Eva walks on. Aside from that, she can't afford to arrive late at school. Too late means reporting at the school office too early in the morning. She enters a street that splits the mid-rise apartment buildings. Trees line the sidewalk and separate the parking spots from each other. At the end of the street, she notices a squad of 4 stormtroopers on patrol walking over the sidewalk. They hold E11 blasters and their white boots thud on the sidewalk. At the same time, a single TIE Vulcan enters the street with its ion engine roaring like a truck. TIE Vulcans are upgraded TIE Century tanks. They were flat in design, and the new Vulcan solved them. They had no repulsor lifts but 2 large threads encircling their rectangular housing. In the middle of the 2 threads hangs the circular TIE cockpit. On top of it sits an anti-personnel machine gun, the same as the propaganda video on the hologram showed her, and she watches in awe as it drives through the street. The 4 stormtroopers flank it, and as they walk closer, Eva notices the front trooper has an orange pauldron on his shoulder, reflecting the sunlight. She figures it's a commander. You can't always notice them by the orange pauldrons on their shoulders. As they walk closer, Eva's pupils widen, and she raises her hand and salutes them. The stormtroopers raise their hands and salute too as they pass her. Eva smiles as she walks past them, and her heart starts pounding with excitement. Each time she sees a stormtrooper, she feels excited about the military. Evie will never lose her respect for stormtroopers, and one day, she'll join their corps. The Imperial Academy, the shiny armor, the authority it reflects, everything about them inspires her to become one of them. Evie arrives at school. It's plopped down in the middle of apartment blocks with a patch of nature surrounding it and a playground in front of it. She walks through the hallway and she stumbles into many students of her age. They're all loyal followers of the New Order. The New Order is the ideology of the Galactic Empire that decides our policy. It values order, control, and the rule of law, and thanks to it, we feel united through civic pride, patriotism, militarism, and individualism. Imperial ideology has always been her favorite subject. Never does it bore her out. The New Order also bears the right for the human race to rule. We are superior to all other alien species, giving us the right to rule the galaxy. The New Order introduced a classification system that ranks alien races based on their similarities. I don't think I have to tell you that we, the humans, occupy the top level of the system. Eve. She makes eye contact with the teacher, a man in his 40s wearing a tight, neat suit, looking as if he's about to invest in the stock exchange. Humans are the top level. What is the level below us? Evie clears her throat. Near humans, sir. They are similar to us, but still genetically and physically distinct. Races like Pantarans, sir. She can recite the entire classification system the New Order introduced at the start of the Empire. Below the near-humans come the humanoid species. They feature human-like bone structures but are physically vastly different from humans. Wookiees and Rhodians are among the humanoids. Wookiees in particular are of interest to the Empire, since their strength makes excellent work in hard labor duties in the factories. They are vastly inferior to humans, but it doesn't mean they're useless yet. The bottom rank is possessed by the non-humanoids, the most disgusting-looking aliens such as the Hutts and the Mon Calamari. They feature no similarities to the human race whatsoever. Humans are the apex predators, ruling over all of them, and the New Order allows it. Some outside the Imperial border call it xenophobia. Eva calls it a new line, the new direction of the galaxy, and because of her life under the reign of the Empire, she doesn't know different. A blue-skinned Pantaran sitting at the desk in front of her raises her hand. Sir? She asks. Isn't such a system xenophobic? Eva glances at the girl. According to the system, the Pantaran would stand below her. The teacher glances at her. Miss Alien, the system is used to provide health care and governmental services more efficiently. Some students around her snicker and try to hold in their chuckles when he calls the Pantaran Miss Alien. A thin smile forms on her face, and EVA tries to suppress it. The Empire is all about efficiency, and this system provides that, the teacher continues. Only a systematic rank is enough for a doctor or a medic to understand the species they treat. Insurance corporations know which services they have to provide for their clients and what to expand to include other species. It makes processes at the government easier and more efficient. But it can be used in xenophobic ways, sir, the Pantaran argues. The teacher nods. At the test of last week, there was a question that asked me what the results of such a system are, she argues. I wrote it made processes in governmental instances more efficient, and that it could be used in xenophobic ways. I think it's no surprise racism is an unwanted result, but you wrote my answer was wrong. Could you explain what was wrong? Perhaps your answer was vague. No, sir. I wrote almost exactly what you just repeated. What was so wrong about it? Another student, a boy, chimes in and he raises his hand. Sir, Sakura and I compared our answers, he says. The wording differed, but the answer was pretty much the same as mine, and mine was correct. I scored all the points. The teacher shifts his eyes to the Pantaran girl, and EVI notices a hint of discomfort in his stern eyes. My apologies, Miss Sakura. I'll correct your score as soon as possible, he apologizes. He fell through. Apparently, despite the answer being correct, the Pantaran didn't get the same score as the human boy who sits next to her. It could have been a simple mistake, but it has happened before when an alien got a lower grade than the humans around them, even when the answer was correct and the same. Eva feels a bit of compassion towards the Pantaran. Even when her alien genes differ, the girl is almost the same as her, a teenage student living like any other with a kind personality. Sakura is even smarter than her, knowing the exact formula of carbon tetrachloride, down to the state of matter. Yet her grades are nowhere near good, far below average. Sometimes Evie feels the new order is too strict on those who look almost exactly like her. Again, it could have been a simple mistake, but EVA feels like it's become too repetitive. Perhaps it's the new order crossing the line. At the end of the day, she follows her last class, Imperial Literature, fiction glorifying the Galactic Empire. The classroom has gone into a moment of nothing, and the students around her mumble to each other. Soft chuckles fill the room as Eve waits for the literature lesson to continue. It's the lesson she likes the least since it has nothing to do with what she actually wants to become. Then, her literature teacher stands next to her desk with the datapad in her hands. It's Lou, and she got her every time for Imperial Literature. She has a tanned face with brown eyes and dark brown curly hair. Eva looks up at her, wondering what she's doing. Lou makes eye contact with EVA. EVA, do you have your homework with you? She asks. Homework. Eva looks down at the floor, with her heart skipping a beat for a moment. She can't remember the homework she was assigned to, and she leaves Lou in silence. The essay about Lyria starring Sunbirds? Lou asks, her eyebrows rising. Oh, right. That one. I didn't make it, ma'am. Eva stammers, looking up. Lou tilts her head in confusion. The students around her keep murmuring, but some turn their heads to her. Why didn't you make it? Lou asks. Forgot to make it, Eva replies. Lou looks away and lets out a sigh of disappointment. They're in the middle of the second semester, and Lou knows Evie is not an everyday student. She's stubborn, unyieldingly stubborn. The truth, Evie, says Lou, making eye contact with her. Evie tilts her head down. Her school mistress has already figured out that she's lying, and she lets out a sigh. I didn't make it because I don't think I need literature to live, Eva answers, looking up. Stormtroopers don't need it either. She hears some students around her softly giggling, trying to hold in their chuckles, but Eva doesn't mean it as a joke. She's serious. Stormtroopers shouldn't read books. All they need is the ability to follow their orders without question, but Lou doesn't want any of it. EVA, I want to see you after class, okay? She asks. Eva sighs and nods. There's no way to speak against a teacher. The last time she did, her geography teacher got her almost banned from the school because of disobedience. It wasn't because she wasn't loyal to the new order. She simply didn't understand why she needed to know how mountains form through tectonic movement. As Lou walks past the other students to take their homework digitally stored on data cards, Eva's mind races with thoughts, distracting her from the last 20 minutes of the lesson. The frustration rises in her chest. Why does nobody want me to become a stormtrooper, she wonders. I don't need literature to understand strategy and the technique of bombarding rebels with mortars. Whatever the answer is, EVA is too frustrated to think of one. As the classroom slowly drains and the students go home, Eva stays behind at school, sitting at her metal desk. She sees a crowd of students emerging into the street in speeders driven by their parents. It frustrates her that she can't strive for her ambitions, a dream she wants to pursue. It's the only future she can see of herself, serving her empire as a shiny stormtrooper. She gazes into oblivion and boredom until Lou finally has time to speak with her and slides a chair from another desk to sit next to her. Eva keeps gazing into oblivion, uninterested in what Lou has to say. EVA, honestly, why do you think you don't need literature? Lou asks. Eva sighs and shifts her head to her. Stormtroopers don't need it, she replies. I just don't need it to follow orders. Lou tilts her head in surprise, and her lack of words makes Eva think she hurt her feelings. She doesn't like her class, but Eva doesn't disrespect her. They both serve the same empire. I didn't mean to hurt feelings or something, Eva stammers. Your lessons are astral, but I don't think I need to understand the message Sunbirds is trying to tell me. I just think it's not important. Lou smiles and chuckles a little. You didn't hurt my feelings, Eva. You're just a unique student who keeps surprising me. So you want to become a stormtrooper? Eva nods. It's my dream. Why? Because they're shiny? Lou asks. Among others, yes, Eva replies. I want to serve the Empire and fight, you know. Fight for what we stand for and defend what we've created. It's my duty to fight for the Empire. Lou nods. Okay. Let me tell you a story about my father. He was a soldier too and was basically what you want to become. Eva looks away and rolls her eyes in boredom. I don't have time for a story. I want to go home, but I don't want to face the school director again. Fine, let's hear it out then. Eva keeps her mouth shut and crosses her arms as Lou starts telling her the story. My father was a soldier and fought in the Clone Wars, tells Lou. He fought in the military because of the same reason as you, serving his superiors and protecting what they've built. He was a private and was part of a large division with soldiers who were as thrilled as him. Once upon a day, he and his men were sent out on a mission to recapture a separatist-occupied city. My father had to face the enemy directly, and he and his men started to siege the city. Their plan was to drain the city from the first wave of battle droids, but before they came even close to the city border, they were slaughtered by the separatists. The entire division was wiped out and the soldiers were mowed down until they had no limbs anymore. My father lied low and pretended to be dead, while the battle droid scouted the battlefield for survivors. When they were gone, he escaped and survived the slaughter. He was the only one to return, and when he came back, he was a changed man. He was afraid of everything, and medics concluded he developed PTSS. He couldn't stand hard, sudden sounds anymore. Empire Day kept him shaking all night long. Lou concluded her story with silence. Looking at her eyes, Eva notices what her father went through has had an impact on her, and the frustration she once had was replaced with curiosity, wondering why she told her the story. Eva puts her hand on her chair and pushes herself to sit upright. Lou, why are you telling me this? She asks. Lou shifts her eyes to her. His superiors treated my father and his men as cannon fodder. They were expendable soldiers sent straight to their doom, and his superiors didn't care about them at all. Death just didn't matter to them, and my father had to follow his orders without question. I'm telling you this story to make clear that the military doesn't treat his men like worthy soldiers. It's not what you believe it is. They'll send you to the worst battle zones in the Outer Rim without caring about your dreams. They'll put you wherever you're needed the most, and you can't go against them. Suddenly, Eva feels the disbelief building up within her. The frustration returns as she hears the tone of her father and Lou's worried voice. Lou puts her hand on Eva's shoulder with worry in her eyes. Eva, don't join the Imperial military. Nothing is in your control. They decide your fate. Eva shakes her head. I don't believe the military would do that, treating their soldiers like fodder. You're talking about a war that happened 20 years ago. And the current war isn't any different, is it? A side fighting against the expansion of the other? The Empire cares about its soldiers. Don't you see the videos they show you everywhere? They truly care about them. They give them the tools they need to protect us, and that's what they're doing. The Imperial military makes decisions without taking the well-being of its soldiers into account. All they want to see is the results of a propelled war effort. The decisions they make always have big consequences for every soldier, and they're not always good. I appreciate the concern, Lou interrupts EVA before she can say more, but I trust the Empire and the military, and I know they do everything to protect us, the citizens, and the soldiers. Eva grasps her backpack leaning against the leg of her desk and prepares to leave. She can't bear the frustration. Lou lets out a sigh and retracts her hand from Eva's shoulder as the girl stands up. Her chair slides back and scrapes over the floor as Lou looks up at her. "I wish I could hope you are right, Eva," she says. Eva glances at Lou and picks up her gray backpack from the floor. "I know I already am." She sweeps her school bag onto her back and zips her jacket shut and walks towards the doorway. "EVA," says Lou. She stops in her tracks and turns around. "Go home and think about what you just told me," says Lou. "Oh, and don't forget that tomorrow you're school-free." "You think I don't keep track of when the school-free days are?" Eva keeps her mouth shut, turns around, and walks out of the classroom. Bolting out of the empty hallways, Iva's mind keeps drifting off to the conversation she had with Lou. The disbelief and the frustration remain within her as the cold breeze starts blowing into her face. She can't believe the Imperial military would neglect its soldiers. They are the backbone of the Empire's safety and security. They defended with all of their power, and they're heroes for doing so. The military would never let them down, and Eva knows Lou's reason for telling the story is flawed. A historic war doesn't apply to a different war 20 years later. The Clone Wars was fought by an entirely different galactic government and an insurgency group in a different era. The Galactic Civil War is different, and Eva knows Lou is wrong. There is no way the Empire would throw its soldiers under the bus like this. Chapter 2. Amygdala. 4 years earlier. Panaron Psychology Academy. The prefrontal cortex is the rational part of the brain, which adults use to think. He took a deep breath before he continued his lecture. The prefrontal cortex is one of the most essential parts of the brain. Without it, adults would have no awareness of the long-term consequences of their actions. Human psychologist Kirby Forrest was invited by the Panaron Psychological Academy to talk about the brain. On the stage in a large circular hall, he pointed with a stick to a hologram, displaying a highlighted part of the human brain. "Although I'm speaking to you, people of the Panaron race, in no way is your brain different than mine," he explains. "You too have the prefrontal cortex, and it works the same way. As I said before, adults use this part of the brain to think. Teenagers, however, don't think with their prefrontal cortex, as this part of the brain is not developed well enough around their age. Instead, teenagers think with the amygdala." Kirby then took a good look at the audience. Ever had the situation in which you spent money on quick food and then realized you don't have enough credits the next day? Asked Kirby. A lot of students pointed out their hands. Some started laughing. Well, don't be surprised. The amygdala is not quite good at warning the decision-making center of the long-term consequences. The audience went quiet again. The hologram then highlighted a small dot, the size of a fist, in the middle of the projected brain. This part right here, this is the amygdala, and it is the emotional part of the brain. The connection between the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex is still developing. This causes the teenager to have no awareness of the long-term consequences whatsoever. When a teenager is overwhelmed with an input of emotion, they can do actions without later explaining what they were thinking. These actions can have a small impact, but sometimes a huge impact on the later life of the teenager. Then the hologram flickered off, and Kirby walked to a computer device at the front of the stage and leaned on it. The amygdala is your steering wheel until the age of 25, when the prefrontal cortex is completely developed. Kirby took a good look at the students sitting in the big room. Most of them were Pantarans, but there were also some humans and other races. That is why you don't see teenagers on the front lines of wars with buckets on their heads and a blaster in their hands. Teenagers are good at decision-making, sure, but not long-term consequential decisions. That is where the teenager's brain stops. It is. Then Kirby got distracted by something flashing in the corner of his eyes. He tilted his head down and saw something pop up on the screen of the computer he was leaning on. It was a message. I need to speak with you ASAP. There's no time to be wasted. Kerbly sighed. ASAP? Seriously, Father? You decided to message me at the worst time possible, and I have to respond as soon as possible. He turned his head up to the audience. There's a call I need to make, so if you excuse me. He walked away and stepped off stage, leaving behind the audience as they started to talk to each other, wondering what was going on. Kerbly walked to a shelf on which he dumped his backpack and grabbed it. He grabbed his jacket too and put it on. Putting his bag on his back, he walked into the adjacent main corridor and made his way to the main entrance hall of the Penteran Psychology Academy. Blue-skinned Penterans walked around him as their golden facial tattoos shimmered in the big lights hanging down from the high ceiling. The lights were shaped into large discs hanging in a large dome-like structure. Kerbly walked outside and felt the freezing temperatures piercing through his jacket as he stepped into the snow on the paved path. White snowflakes swirl from the gray sky as Pantora's sun is mostly blocked by the thick clouds. Standing outside in the snow, Kerbly reached out for his backpack and zipped it open, searching for his holoprojector. He felt its circular shape and grabbed it out of his bag and turned it on. His holoprojector connected with the servers as the connection was established. A vague blue figure appeared on the top of the circular holoprojector. Greetings, Father, said Kerbly. Good day, son, greeted his father, his voice crackling as it came out of the holoprojector's little speakers. He saw his father wearing his signature dark gray navy suit. Something going on? He asked. Yeah, something terrible just happened. Kerbly sighed. Let me guess, your favorite pod racer crashed at the Corellian Eve, thus losing his championship to your least favorite racer. Am I right or am I correct? His father let out a faint chuckle. Well, you're half right. Wood Vass got a blown engine in the 43rd lap, but that's not why I'm calling you. Father, what is it? You remember Grand Moff Tarkin? Kerbly stared at the hologram of his father and then looked away to the massive entrance hall of the academy in the distance. Grand Moff Tarkin. That guy. Who was he again? Isn't that the person you introduced me to at the strategic conference you somehow convinced me to attend? Kerbly asked, looking down at the hologram. Kerbly remembered the awful time he visited the Imperial Strategic Conference with his father. He remembered the guy. Tarkin was a bit charming, but Kerbly sensed the darkness and coldness that resided in him. When he shook his hand, introducing himself to the man, Kerbly felt uneasy to stand in his proximity, feeling the coldness. However, he learnt that Tarkin was the most well-known officer of the Empire, having fought as an admiral in the Clone Wars aboard the Venators. After that, he was the person that oversaw the construction of the Death Star. Though highly classified, his father sometimes told him these things out of curiosity, wanting to share a story with his son. Besides the fact that the strategic conference was pretty boring, having to see admirals, generals, and moffs talk about the state and the future of the Imperial military, Kerbly found it heart-wrenching that they managed to talk about massacres with a straight face. He remembered one general proposing to reintroduce the Blue Shadow virus to the armed forces. It spread like a plague and left victims with 48 hours of survival. After that is done, as it has a notorious success rate of 96% in killing any carbon-based life form. It was previously introduced for a very short amount of time to the Separatist Alliance during the Clone Wars, as it was then weaponized to wage the war. The Blue Shadow virus was a deadly virus that had been extinct for a long time, and this Imperial general proposed to bring it back from the dead and use it against their enemies. He remembered his jaw being wide open when he heard it, and since then he had always remained neutral in the current galactic civil war. Never would he touch an Imperial war machine. Yes, that person, replied Father, I just received the news that he perished. Did he perish? Grand Moff Tarkin is dead. The most well-known officer of the Imperial military is dead. Kerbally was astounded to hear Tarkin perished. Though he always kept his distance from anything related to the Imperial military, the news of his father managed to intrigue him. Hold up, he died? The Moff? Yes, responded his father. Tarkin was one of the millions of casualties that fell last rotation in the Gordian Reach. He perished aboard the Death Star when he attempted at eradicating the Rebel Alliance. Wow, you're going too quick, father. Repeat that again, asked Kerbally, astounded. He perished aboard the Death Star. Was he assassinated? Poisoned? Or was it an accident? The entirety of the Death Star is gone, replied father. It was destroyed by the rebels. Kerbally's mouth fell open with shock. Though nobody knew about it, he knew what it was. The Death Star was the absolute solution to the rebellion problem. It was deemed the venom that had the ability to eradicate any pest. Hearing it's gone made Kerbally's heart skip a beat. It was something that came completely out of the blue. You're saying the Death Star is gone? Asked Kerbally. I can't believe it. What will happen next? High Command announced a state of emergency hours ago to divert all of the focus to the Death Star explosion, and they will finally see the Rebel Alliance as a serious threat and declare a full-scale war. Great. More war. That sounds good, Kerbally sarcastically replied. More PTSD cases to resolve, that's what I've been waiting for. I know you take distance from the war and the military, said father, but I could need your assistance for something, son. Well, that's going to be difficult, Kerbally replied. I'm on Pantora. It will take a lot of time to reach Coruscant. You don't need to go that far. Go to Bethaliel and Bothan Space, said father. I'll be sending a shuttle to his capital to pick you up. He's in a rush. The fact that his father wanted him this quickly made Kerbally wonder what he'll need his assistance for. What's the thing you need me for? Kerbally asked. Father stayed quiet, and he seemed to hesitate a bit. It's a bit complicated, he then responded. I'll tell you everything aboard the Eagle Claw in person. Kerbally sighed. He rather didn't want to go to his father. He was an admiral of the Navy in charge of the Eagle Claw fleet that consisted of at least 3 Star Destroyers. However, he sensed there was some urgency and that no time could be wasted, so he decided to go. I'll make my way, he said, and turned off the holoprojector. The blue figure of his father disappeared from the circular device, and Kerbally put it away in his backpack. I'll be meeting father again, thought Kerbally. That's not exactly how I want to spend my time, but he seemed to be in a hurry. I guess it won't be a conversation of catching up after all those years. It seems to be serious business now. Kerbally walked through the streets of Pantora, the snow sticking under his shoes as he made his way to the spaceport. Pantorans with blue skins passed him as the snow swirled down from the gray clouds in the sky. He also passed a platoon of white riot control stormtroopers. They wore their signature white shiny armor as they passed him with their boots pounding on the pavement. They wielded durasteel shields and electro-staffs to control participants of riots. Kerbally noticed the look the Pantorans had when the stormtroopers passed them, and he saw fear in their eyes. Some children took cover behind their parents. He could sense the Imperial occupation here that suppresses the citizens of Pantora, having authority over them by ruling with an iron fist and imposing fear. It's the ideology of the Empire, and Kerbally understood why it was chosen to rule with fear. The Republic's democratic system made it vulnerable to external dangers, such as the rise of the Separatist Alliance. There was no centralized authority, the political system was too slow to act in time, and corruption plagued the Republic within its ranks. The Republic's ideology was inefficient and too free, and thus it led the Galactic Empire to abolish freedom and democracy and strive for absolute security and safety to maintain galactic peace. All planets within his range bowed for Coruscant, the Imperial Center, and thus authority was centralized and worked more efficiently. However, Kerbally did not agree with the Imperial ideology, especially how security and safety had to be enforced. Planetary governments had no right to choose their own path, and those who did were laid in ashes by the Imperial military, and all the planets that did follow the path of the Empire were ruled with fear to keep them all in line with the New Order, and his father was a part of it. Having participated in many campaigns throughout the rims of the galaxy, Kerbally's father was one of the many enforcers who kept every planet in line, so he wasn't fond of meeting him aboard his Star Destroyer. He boarded the space liner at the spaceport, and as he took off and left Pantora behind, his mind raced with what was going to happen next. The destruction of the Death Star and the death of so many ranked officers such as Tarkin would cause a large gap within the ranks of the military, and the Imperial ideology would be enforced much more violently. The fear in the eyes of the Pontarans he saw in the street was going to grow much more, knowing the Imperial fist would be tightened to keep a grip on the galaxy. Jumping into hyperspace, he refrained from meeting his father, and Admiral Hu too would tighten his fist. However, it was his father, and he needed him urgently, so he had to pay him a visit. An admirer of the Imperial ideology or not, Kerbally had to go, going to the place where it would be enforced from. Chapter 3. Shadows of the Steel Crane. He fought in the military for the same reason as you, serving his superiors and protecting what they've built. Once upon a day, he and his men were sent out on a mission to recapture a separatist-occupied city. He was the only one to return. Medics concluded he developed PTSS. It's not what you believe it is. Death just didn't matter to them, and my father had to follow his orders without question. They'll send you to the worst battle zones in the Outer Rim without caring about your dreams. Suddenly, an ear-deafening honk pulls her out of her thoughts, and Eve stops in her tracks in an instant and steps back. A speeder truck was driving over the intersection and almost hit her. Ava was so far down in her thoughts that she didn't notice it. Stepping back, her eyes land on the angry face of a senile driver sitting behind the wheel. He swings his door open as his truck stops in front of her. "Watch out of your marbles, damn fearfeck," he warns with a frail voice. "You almost lied below it." Eva blushes with embarrassment and tilts her head down with a sigh. She can feel the vibrations of the engine through the pavement, and if the driver didn't honk at her, she would have been horribly injured. "I'm sorry, sir." Eva apologizes, looking up. "I'll watch out next time." "You damn will," he nearly shouts. And with the slam of his door, he drives off and disappears out of view. With her heart having gone up to 1,000 beats per minute, Eva walks on and crosses the street. The story that distracted her got stuck with her for all the wrong reasons. A story of a war that happened 2 decades ago, fought out by 2 different factions, it just doesn't make sense. The Clone Wars is in no way the same as the Galactic Civil War, and EVA is convinced Lou is wrong. She can't just apply a 20-year-old war to a current civil war. Is she stupid? "Hey, Eva!" She suddenly turns around and sees her best friend catching up with her. Her brown, curly hair shimmers in the sunlight as her brown eyes are drawn to her. It's Oliva, her best friend for years, and never does she leave her curly hair unattended. It's a feature she inherited from her mother, Lou, who so happened to be Eva's teacher for Imperial literature as well. "Hi, Oliva," Eva greets, a thin smile forming on her face. "You're out late," says Oliva, her backpack wobbling on her back. "Did my mom give you detention again?" Eva sighs. "Kinda. I'm not sure what it was."
Hold on.
"Again? When was the last time I had detention then?" Oliva chuckles. "Like last week?" That time, Avi smashed a metal bottle into a boy's head because of the anti-Empire slogans he quietly whispered behind people's backs from time to time. She remembers the metallic thud the bottle made as clear as day. The detention she had at the end of the day was just a formality. The school director was required to punish her, but when everyone looked away, he actually praised her, giving her soft words of compliments. Eva enforced the new order when teachers couldn't, and the director was proud to have such a student on his girl who got successfully hammered in the new order. Eva remembers it, and a thin smile forms on her face as she looks away. Right, she responds. That time. The same guy got into trouble again, Oliva replies. Roland? Oliva nods. I heard he was in a discussion with Steiner and Torek about the war during the lunch break, and he got a punch in the guts. They had beaten him up pretty well. Eva nods as the speeder shrieks past her. It briefly attracts her attention as she tracks it with her eyes before it passes her. Well, Roland deserved it, says Eva. He's a rebel sympathizer anyway. Oliva chuckles. Always resorting to violence. That's the Eva I know. Eva starts chuckling too. She feels his right to enforce the new order through violence when it's necessary. As long as it keeps the Galactic Empire safe from rebel scum, EVA is convinced it's the right thing to do, punishing sympathizers for their traitorous acts. Eva feels convinced the boy who got beaten up today deserved it. Oliva nods as she looks away, agreeing with EVA. He deserved it, though. I mean, if the Empire is truly as evil as some people say, then how are we still in power? In the last 20 years, the galaxy never had war or instability. I know what you mean, Eva responds. It wouldn't have stood for long. Oliva nods. Enough of the political talk doesn't brighten the day much, does it? Eva chuckles. Yeah, enough of it. Today's market day, right? Yeah, Oliva nods. Got a market stall at Steel Crane Plaza. Want to come by? Eva smiles. Yeah, sure. She doesn't need to follow Oliva through the streets for long in order to see it. From the streets afar, Eva can see the old steel crane at the market plaza towering over the nearby apartment blocks. 300 years ago, it lifted the building materials to the top of the early housing. The rough wind whistled through the truss beams and withstood far more violent winds in the 300 years it stood. 3 centuries later, all of the old housing has been demolished to the ground and replaced with modern high-rises with some towering over the steel crane itself. It has become a monument, reminding the people who come across it of the first decades of Vaulnart 6's history. The Exodus Mining Corporation that built their houses here had no idea their settlement would grow into a thriving megalopolis with millions of people, permanently inhabiting the moon for centuries to come. As Evie follows Oliva past the first market stalls, she sees most of the vendors are still setting up their stalls. Hundreds of them stand on the plaza, around and below the steel crane, spread over the plaza in a zigzag pattern. Glancing around, Ava sees the vendors that have already finished setting up their stalls offering locally made products for sale. Vegetables, fruit, handmade baskets, shiny rocks from the mountains. It's a place where no multigalactic corporation rules the market. Vendors are free to set their own prices without taxes incorporated. As Evie walks through the alley, lined by market stalls, they stumble upon a platoon of stormtroopers walking towards them. They hold E-11s as they patrol, and usually they patrol in squads of 6, but Eva notices they're with double the amount. They're with 12, an unusual amount for urban patrolling duties. Oliva sees them too as the stormtroopers glance a bit around, keeping their eye out for whatever could be lurking in the shadows. That's many stormtroopers, Oliva points out. Yeah, Eva replies. They're patrolling with more than usual. As they come closer, Eva's eyes are drawn to their shiny armor. The sun reflecting off of their white armor nearly blinds her. The stormtrooper armor is far too inviting. Out of admiration, Ava lifts her hand and salutes them, but the stormtroopers don't salute back. The stormtroopers she stumbled upon in the morning did it, but these seem to be too distracted with their duty. As she walks past them, she turns her head and tracks them with her eyes. They are too busy looking around, and she starts wondering what they're looking for. A rebel spy, perhaps? Eva shakes off her thoughts and turns her head around. She feels no need to be the intelligence officer and dissect what they're looking for. "What are you selling today?" she asks. Oliva glances over her shoulder. "Corn, straight from the farm. Dad harvested them yesterday." It makes her remember that Oliva's parents aren't together anymore. They're divorced, with Lou living in the busy capital and her former husband living in the calm fields. Half of the week, Oliva spends her time with her mother and the other half with her father. Oliva's home situation makes Eve feel grateful that she has parents who, despite judging her military dreams, don't judge each other with too much heat to the point of a divorce. Luckily, they love each other, and Eva feels grateful that they do. They arrive at Oliva's stall further down the market alley. It's a metal, collapsible table below a roof that's made of an old cloth, stretched in a square frame with 4 support beams on the corners. It protects them and the product well enough from the rain that sometimes pours down from the clouds. Behind the stall stands a speeder truck with a big open cargo area at the back, with enough room for 12 crates, stacked in a 6x2 formation. At the front is the cabin with enough space for a driver and a passenger. Eva notices an orange droid is moving the crates from the truck into the market stall. "Hey, Evie, you remember CK3? Oliva asks, walking around the stall towards the droid. Evie follows her towards it. "Isn't it your father's cargo droid?" "That's right." Oliva smiles, giving a pat on the droid's metal shoulder. "If only I had a quiz prize for you." Eva smiles a little. "If you could give me some corn for free, that would be astral." Oliva chuckles. "Let's rule the galaxy with order and free corn at every right answer." Eva chuckles too. A discount or free products attract even the most cold-blooded people the galaxy knows, and Eva can't let such a chance slip by. She knows her mother would love it. "If you want free corn, help me set it up." Oliva smiles. "Yeah, of course." Together, Eva, Oliva, and her droid carry the crates one by one from the truck to the stall. Holding one in her hand, her eyes are drawn to the fresh corn that lie in it, and they look tasty and shiny. She can't wait for her mother to prepare it tonight at dinner. As they unload everything and finish the preparations, Steel Crane Plaza slowly fills with visitors, looking for prices cheaper than those in the supermarkets. As the visitors pass by, EVA stands in the back, looking at how Oliva sells her corn to her buyers, and it all seems too easy. A simple glance at the corn, a question about the price, and they buy it. It happens almost all the time with some exceptions. You touch it, you buy it. As Oliva holds the credits in her hands and puts it in a metal box, she glances over her shoulder at EVA. "Simple as that," she smiles. "Too simple, it seems," Ava replies, holding her arms crossed over each other. "Want to try it for yourself?" "Me? A cold-blooded enforcer of the New Order?" She laughs. "Fine, I'll do it for the free corn you'll give me." She steps forward towards the table with the corn orderly stacked in the crates, and Oliva moves a bit towards her. "So, you touch it, you buy it, okay?" Oliva explains. "Yeah. The price the visitor has to pay is the standard price of one corn multiplied by the amount of corn he demands." "Price of one times the total amount of demand?" "Yeah, that. The standard price is 2.50 credits." "Okay, got it. What about aliens?" "The alien price is 3.50. Xenophobia in the most casual moment, as if it's an everyday thing. It appears to be more common than rain these days in the world of the Empire." Right. I think I can do it, says Eva. Watch me. I'll be selling the entire stall within a minute. Oliva chuckles. Yeah, sure. Eva notices a woman in her 50s passing by. For her, only the regular price applies, and she sells her 2 corn with success, bringing 5 credits to the box. Quickly after Eva hands the woman the 2 corn in a plastic bag, she notices another visitor stopping by. The man is a Gato, a humanoid race covered in mammal-like fur. He has 2 horns on his head going up, and he has furry hands. His weathered factory clothing makes Eva assume his job is heavy labor in factories no Imperial wants to work at, and his alien features make Evie unable to estimate his age. Remembering her class at Imperial Ideology this morning at school, she knows the Gato is a third-class citizen, a humanoid without many similarities to the human race except for the basic bone structure, although the horns on his head make Eve doubt that. Those horns must be heavy on his skull, and she wonders whether his species shouldn't be ranked as bottom class. Whatever, the alien price applies anyway. The Gato approaches the corn and glances at them. When were these harvested? He asks, nearly cackling with his frail voice. Yesterday, Eva responds. The horned furball nods. He reaches out to the corn lying in the crate, wanting to inspect it, but Evie is quick to point out the rule that applies here as the Gato touches the corn. You touch it, you buy it, sir, Eva points out. The alien shifts his serpent-like eyes to her, and Eva can see a hint of frustration in him as he lets out a sigh, but he seems to understand it, accepting the rule with the nod. I needed 3 anyway, he says. How much will it cost? Price of 1 multiplied by the amount he demands. Alien price is active. So 3.50 credits multiplied by 3. 3 is going to cost 10.5, sir, she answers. 10.5. The Gato asks, nearly shouting with shock. Well, get lost with this scam. The Gato walks away, and he angrily curses with waving hands, and as the alien disappears into the crowd, Ava shifts her head to Oliva. She's in shock too as they make eye contact, and they both erupt in laughter. Eva didn't expect someone to get this angry about a price. Admittedly, it's expensive for him, but she's convinced the Empire carries most of the alien races on his back. The Empire has to keep a galaxy stable with alien economies far too weak to stand upright, besides human superiority. As their chuckles subside, they both hear something somewhere in the crowded market alley. It's commotion, the shrieks of a woman, and a shout of a man. Eva wonders what's going on, and she bends over the table to look, but all she sees is a wall of people. She can't see anything. Then, a single person emerges from the crowd and bumps a woman aside. He runs through the alley and dashes past the stalls with big leaps and his shoes pounding on the pavement. Another man, a vendor, breaks from the crowd with clenched teeth. Hey, stop him, he shouts. It's a thief, a robber, and as her eyes land on the perpetrator, Ava notices it's an alien too, a green-skinned, reptilian-like Rhodian. He has big, pupil-less eyes that are as big as a football the boys kick at the schoolyard. His mouth is in the shape of a snout like an anteater, and in his green, 5-fingered hands, the Rhodian holds a box tightly against his chest. As he dashes past the stalls, no one seems to dare interfere, and as the Rhodian runs closer, Eva feels the urge to step in. She feels like it's her duty, and her blood starts to boil for a fight. That Rhodian stole the possession of an Imperial citizen. He should be forced to the ground to face his trials. Then, Ava's eyes are instantly drawn to a bright flash between the market stalls close to her, and her eyes land on a shiny stormtrooper running into the market alley. He comes into his path and smashes the Rhodian in the face with the butt of his E11. The alien trips over his own feet and falls to the ground, smashing his head against the edge of their stall's table. Eva backs away with shock as the Rhodian smashes into it. The table shakes, and some crates of corn fall off and spread over the pavement. The stormtrooper got him. He runs towards the alien lying on the ground as Eva walks around the table with her pupils growing larger with intrigue, watching a stormtrooper in action. She inscribes everything in her mind to remember what he's doing. The earlier she learns, the better she'll perform at the academy. She watches as the trooper drops himself to the ground and smashes the steel handcuffs on the thief's wrists. As the Rhodian tries to get out of his chains, Eva notices a wound on his green head, leaking out green blood and dripping down from his alien snout. Seeing his disgusting alien blood, Eva clenches her teeth in disgust, and the visitors around her look at the Rhodian the same way as her. As Oliva joins her, she lets out a gasp of shock and disgust as the Rhodian's green blood drips on the ground. The alien curses at the stormtrooper in weird words Eva can't comprehend. It's easier for her to understand the vague mumbles of a 6-month-old infant than this third-class alien. The stormtrooper draws his blaster and stands up from the ground. "All right, alien, now get up," he commands. Suddenly, Eva's eyes are drawn to the trooper. "Hold up." She recognizes the trooper's strict, male voice, and as other stormtroopers emerge from the crowd with lowered blasters, her eyes land on a blue, double-ring insignia on the trooper's chest. He has an orange pauldron on his shoulder, reflecting the sunlight as he pulls the wounded Rhodian up with force, holding his green arms. The alien continues to curse at him in his native language, and the stormtrooper pulls out his stun button from his belt. He stabs the Rhodian in his chin, giving him a single electric shock Evie can nearly feel in her lungs. Shocking him, the Rhodian's voice becomes frail with pain, and he starts calming down, choking in his tirade of curse words. "We got another alien to throw into the slammer," says the stormtrooper, shifting his head to his colleagues. Eva thought the voice sounded familiar, but now she knows where she recognized it from. "A clean sweep, I see," says another stormtrooper. "So it's not going to be a boring day after all." "Get him to the transporter," orders the commander, and hands the alien to his colleagues. "We'll bring him to Capitol Police. They'll take care of the rest." As his colleagues bring the Rhodian thief away, the stormtrooper commander turns to EVA, and a smile forms on her face as she knows who is behind the helmet. "Karen, didn't expect you to be here," says Eva, smiling from ear to ear. The stormtrooper grasps his helmet and takes it off, revealing a man in his 30s with a stubble beard, brown eyes, and black short hair. It's the same kind of person that can be found at every high-esteemed corporation as an IT worker, businessman, or CEO. To EVA, Karen is just another person she knows as an old teacher from school. "Good day, EVA," he greets, a smile forming on his face, too. Oliva shifts her head to her. "You know him?" "Yeah," Eva replies, shifting her head to her. "He was my basic teacher." "That's right," Karen responds, his armor shining in the sunlight. "I've known EVA since she was very small, and I taught her how to spell. Hey, let me help you get the corn back on the table." Karen lowers himself to the ground and picks up the corn from the pavement. Eva and Oliva get working too, and as Eva gets the corn back on the table, she remembers when Karen taught her at school until he was conscripted. That time, when Eva was 9, Alina 7, and Karen in his late 20s, the mass mobilization happened. It was an order directly from the mythical Imperial High Command, a force far outside the public eye. They are somewhere at Coruscant in the middle of the Imperial Center, sending out their orders to the entire Imperial military. Everything falls under their command, and after they initiated the military's mass mobilization, they forced Volert 6 to push out conscription calls. Everyone between the ages of 13 and 20 had to attend some form of military training, and older people were given the option to enlist themselves. Before that, Volunt 6 only knew enlistment, letting everyone above the age of 18 voluntarily join the military. But since the little conflict between a group of rebellious terrorists grew into a full-scale galactic war, it all became different. The war escalated, and Kieran went from teaching the Galactic Basic Standard to holding a blaster in his hand, while the mortar shells shrieked over him towards the enemies. Now, every teenager is forced to attend the academy unless a major health complication is involved. Evie is completely healthy, and soon she sees herself standing in a straight line of fellow cadets, listening to the orders of their taskmasters. Thinking about all of it, the sudden switch from voluntary enlistment to forced conscription, Iva's mind drifts away to Lou's story. It's not what you believe it is. Death just didn't matter to them, and my father had to follow his orders without question. They'll send you to the worst battle zones in the Outer Rim without caring about your dreams. Putting the last corn on the table and aligning the crate perfectly with the others, the story of Lou remains in her thoughts, trying to lure her back. Even though she's right, but being a pesky thought to shake off, she can try to trick her mind into ensuring she's really right, confirming what she already knows. What's better than having it confirmed by a real stormtrooper? Kieran puts the helmet back on his head as EVA turns to him. "Kieran, can I talk with you for a second?" she asks. "Anytime, Eva," he replies, starting to walk away. "Be quick. I have to join my squad in the box." "The box?" "Another one of your short nicknames for military equipment." Military personnel like to give their self-made nicknames to vehicles that would otherwise be too long to pronounce in a single gasp. TIE fighters were commonly referred to as just TIEs or eyeballs. All-terrain defense pods are nicknamed Dipper for some reason, and speeder bikes in general are named Arrowheads because of their distinctive aerodynamic shape. The box is a nickname EVA can't link to any of the vehicles the Imperial military possesses. She shoves it aside. It's a trivial thought that is the least of her concerns. "So, my Imperial literature teacher told me a story." Eve starts. "When I doubt it's true." "Is it Lou?" Kieran asks. "Yeah." "You know her?" "Yeah." Lou has always been a bit anti-military. She's not exactly against the Empire, but she's just worried about the conscription program, concerned about teenagers' mental health when they join it. "Yeah." "So, she told you a story. Tell me about it." Eva scrambles her memories of the conversation together. "So, the story is a bit large, but what matters is that she told me that her father was used as cannon fodder by his superiors. Lou told me he was an expendable soldier, and that's why I shouldn't join the Stormtrooper Corps, or really anything else. She thinks the military doesn't care about the soldiers." Kieran nods. "I've been hearing those details for quite a while, usually dressed with different stories, and the cannon fodder argument is mostly blown up stuff. I've been sent out to Rylith for a 3-month campaign, and I fought in some heated battles where we lost quite a lot of men, but we mattered to our superiors. We were always given the tools we needed, and we've never been handled as just resources." "And maybe she means the army?" "I don't think so. Not even the infantry forces of the army are handled like that. Though they are usually used in the more, let's say, muddy campaigns, they are still treated with respect." "I thought that too." "Why is she telling it, though?" "It's full of bantha fodder. Well, when people are worried or scared about something, they take any argument that supports their view, no matter how unbelievably flawed some of them are. The cannon fodder and the expendable soldier arguments are flawed too. It's just the high casualty number and the high risk some campaigns have, and only that makes them think they're right." "Which campaign could Lou be referring to, then?" "The Bloody Three comes to my mind." "The Bloody Three?" "The 3 Kashyyyk campaigns." bloody as hell and difficult as anything. I didn't serve at the time, but I heard from my buddies in the Corps that the Army lost thousands of soldiers there. Very dangerous and bloody there. The Rylith campaign I was part of had a pretty low casualty rate. We lost around 60 people there, and we were there with 25,000. So, not so much. Right. So, Lou's concern is practically unnecessary, overblown worry. Eva thought so too, but the confirmation helped her. They walk out of the market alley and approach the parking spots at the end of Steel Crane Plaza. In one of the parking spots stands an Imperial Troop Transporter, or IDT. She can tell it's a K-79 S80 model, straight from the factories of Abrikian Industries at Corellia. The IDT stands on the parking spot with its engine already rumbling as Karen's squad members step in with the Rhodian robber in handcuffs. That's the box Karen meant, and it looks exactly like one. Box-like with sleek, angular edges. If they tried to make it fly, it would fall like a brick. Before she leaves her, Karen stops in her tracks and turns to her. "Still as steadfastly loyal?" he asks. Eva looks up at him with a smile forming on her face. "That's the one thing that never changes. I'll live and I'll die for the Empire." Karen lets out a chuckle. "That's the part I like about you the most, EVA, never letting go of what we live for." He puts his hand on Eva's shoulder. The Empire has already brought peace and prosperity to worlds such as Rylith, and it's thanks to Imperial worlds like ours that allow it to happen. The galaxy has never been a safer place. Thanks to us, EV repeats. I knew it was us, the Empire. EVA. Thanks to the Empire, the galaxy can thrive again after centuries of corruption and incompetence within the Old Republic, Karen responds. We can do better than them. You know what we say? Eva nods with a smile. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire, Karen repeats. I'll get going now. I have an alien to throw in the slammer. Will he have some rebel scum to befriend there? She asks with a mischievous smile. Ha, if Capitol Police suspects him of more crimes, he can find them at Wabani or Belsavis, Karen chuckles. I'll be going now. I'll see you later. He starts walking away, and before he can glance away from her, Ava raises her hand and salutes him. Karen salutes too, and it makes Ava's heart pound with excitement for her future. She lowers her hand, and he walks away to the IDT standing in the parking spot with its engine rumbling. He steps aboard, and the transporter drives away, disappearing between the city blocks of the capital. As EVA turns around to get back to Oliva, she thinks back to the conversation she had with Karen. It's clear that Lou is blinded by bias, a thought she wants to believe in so much that all she sees are the arguments that favor her point. However, Eva feels convinced Lou isn't that stupid. She wouldn't have had a job if that was her way of thinking, but it's clear that she did it on purpose, and Evie now understands why. Hearing from Karen the sheer losses the Imperial Army sustained at Kashyyyk, Lou's point still holds some truth. The Bloody Three were apparently so bloody that they received an almost mythical status. The losses sustained there are apparently so significant that it sticks to certain people like Lou. Her concern is understandable, and aside from that, wars are wars. Their danger is nonetheless, and the training programs at the academy are not going to be easy. When she finally gets there and stands on the battlefield in the swamps or the streets, it still isn't going to be easy, but Eva wants to face it. Protecting the Empire and fighting for his people is all that matters to her and her future, and that of everyone around her. For the rest of the day, the thoughts remain with her. Chapter 4. The Navy's Request. Dr. Kerbley, we are approaching the Yavin system. He looked down at the chronometer on his wrist. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slow. The shades of hyperspace flooding the cockpit were fiercely blue and burned on his retina. The pilots in front of him were silhouettes, their faces lit up by the overhead lights. They'll arrive at any moment. The captain tapped on his headset, and Kirby watched as the captain and his first officer focused on what they were being told over the radio. Though he couldn't see their faces, Kirby deduced that something was wrong. The first officer pressed his lips tightly and shifted his head to his captain. "That's not good," remarked the FO. The captain shook his head and looked at his yoke. "Copy that. Dr. Kirby, we were just informed that the debris field has shifted its position. It is now in front of our hyperlane, so we might experience some turbulence." Kirby let out a faint sigh. "Great. Debris and turbulence. This is going to be an adventure, which I would rather experience in my bed." Kirby felt the floor vibrating through his leather shoes as the blue shades disappeared, and the trails of stars became visible until their speed dropped. But as he looked outside through the cockpit, he realized, his heart sinking, that what he thought were stars weren't stars at all. There were chunks of debris floating everywhere he looked. Kirby felt a shiver down his spine as he looked at the graveyard. "Are these the remains of the Death Star?" Kirby asked, with a shiver in his voice. The captain let out a shivering sigh. "I'm afraid so." His voice was soft as he, too, was hypnotized by the debris that floated around his Lambda shuttle. Kirby gazed around, scanning the steel chunks flying past him. Such a big weapon, declared as the most powerful weapon in the galaxy, intended to be the ultimate solution, hoped to be the end of terrorism, but ended up as the biggest failure of the Empire. What a failure. The first officer scanned the debris around him and looked out of the canopy. "So this is where all of our tax money went. All of it is floating around here." The captain nodded. "Can't even begin about the casualties. I heard 1 million were stationed here. Get the Eagle Claw signal and contact flight control." "Yes, Captain," said the FO, and he started flipping some switches. "Found the signal. I'm putting them through." The captain nodded and pressed his headset closer to his ears. "Eagle Claw flight control, this is PC 446. Do you copy? Over?" Kirby watched as he felt relief rushing through her veins. "Good. We found them." The captain nodded with a hum. "Understood. Sector 878 to syntax and maintaining speed. We should see you soon," and he looked at his FO 878, maintain speed. "Affirmative," replied the first officer. 878, maintain speed." He pulled the yoke towards himself, and Kirby felt himself pushed into his seat. The shuttle was rapidly climbing, and as he looked out of the cockpit, he saw nothing straight ahead. He was clueless about what they were evading. Suddenly, a massive dead gray structure appeared as the light of nearby stars flooded it with light. His eyes were drawn to it, and he noticed 2 spherical domes. They were deflector shields that were torn open from the inside. Kirby started to recognize the structure as the bridge of a Star Destroyer. It was filled with cracks and holes. It seemed like the Star Destroyer was directly hit by the flaming debris of the Death Star when it exploded. He tracked the bridge with his eyes, and he could sense death that resided within the wreckage. It was probably filled with thousands of bodies of crew members who couldn't escape in time. The shuttle flew on and shrieked past the bridge, and Kirby's eyes immediately fell on other Star Destroyers hovering in line next to the wreckage. With his heart pounding with shock, Kirby realized that the first Star Destroyer he saw was part of a large row of other destroyers. They were all wrecked by the Death Star explosion. It was a whole fleet worth of casualties. Some Star Destroyers were even missing their entire bridge. Suddenly, the captain pointed out, "Visual on the Eagle Claw." Kirby followed the captain's finger and saw a bright Star Destroyer flying like a dagger ahead of him. That was his father's ship, and the 2 symbols on the belly confirmed it. The ship carried the Eagle Claw insignia, a sea blue pentagon with the three claws of the song eagle. The claws pierced the blue pentagon, indicating the eagle claw's power. They flew below the belly and landed in the massive hangar bay of the ship. It was larger than any conference hall Kerbly had seen. As the pilots rounded up their post-landing procedure, Kerbly felt his heart racing in his chest. He felt like he was out of place. He was not someone who supported the Empire's war effort, but his father did. He was in charge of the Eagle Claw, and it was time to meet him. He didn't want to, but he said he was coming. Your father is in the office. With his suitcase enclaved in his hand, Kerbly followed an officer through the corridors of the ship. Kerbly's white uniform stood out amidst the gray naval uniforms the officers were wearing. It made him feel out of place all the more. The officer glanced over his shoulder. However, he's in a mood. Kerbly nodded. I know what you mean. Whenever Forrest K lost a Grand Prix of the Arrowhead racing season due to a crash or something else, his father experienced some sort of blockade in his mind. He wasn't upset, disappointed, or anything else. His mood was simply down. The officer led him to the private offices of the Star Destroyer. As the door opened in front of him, Kerbly's eyes landed on his father, sitting in his chair behind a gray desk. Father immediately stood up and slid his chair back. Son. Directly behind him was a big window. It showed a minuscule part of the entire debris field the Death Star left behind. His father's steel gray outfit blended in with the rest of his room. Everything was as gray as the rest of the Civil War. Almost a thin smile formed on Kerbly's face as he entered the room. It was nice to see his father again after so long. Hello, Father, Kerbly greeted. Greetings, he said. It's been a long time since we've seen each other again. Kerbly nodded. The officer walked into the room as well and stood next to the door, waiting for additional orders. How are you doing? His father asked, meeting Kerbly. Kerbly saw in his eyes that his father was still the same man. He knew from his own observations on patients that war was able to change the toughest men in the galaxy. Soldiers who dared to step into the trenches of Mimban turned into patients who couldn't hold still when they thought back. The Clone Wars had more than enough of those instances. The Galactic Civil War wasn't any different. So, he felt a little happy that his father remained himself. I'm fine, Kerbly replied. Until you pulled out of my class. For the first time, my students were actually interested in what I had to teach them. Father chuckled as he approached him. My apologies. Maybe I should work on my timing. Sit down if you would like. Kerbly nodded with a thin smile as he sat down and put his chair on the floor. Captain Carter, leave us alone, his father ordered, and the officer nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. His father sat down on the other visitor's chair next to him. Kerbly, would you like something to drink? Kerbly shook his head. No thanks. Must be a heavy topic we'll be talking about. A smile formed on Father's face, but Kerbly noticed it was not one of happiness. There was something that made his father feel uneasy, and he saw it in his smile that quickly vanished. I'm afraid it is, Father replied. How do you feel about the Empire? Great introduction to the actual topic, Father. Kerbly exhaled deeply through his nose and put his finger on the armrest of his chair. He knew his view on the Empire wasn't in line, and those who openly outed them could land in serious trouble. Kerbly started carefully, but he had to be honest as well. With a shiver in his voice, he cleared his throat. Admittedly, I'm not an avid supporter of the Empire, Kerbly responded. The Empire has a great idea of how to operate, how to rule the galaxy, but the way it's enforced is something that I'm not supporting. Absolute security is a great idea, and I stand by it, but enforcing it through terror to keep them all in line with the Empire is not what I support. On the other side, the rebellion has key figures that aren't shy of implementing terror as well. Saw Gerrera and Anto Kreegyr? His father asked. Yes, Kerbly replied. The Rebel Alliance isn't a friendly side either, considering the many attacks on military targets in the middle of civilian areas. They also want to bring back the Republic that was cracked from the point it was created. Authority wasn't centralized, the political system was too slow, and corruption was everywhere within the Republic. It was inefficient and blind. The Empire is an improvement of what preceded it, despite its flaws. His father nodded. So, not much of an admirer of the Imperial ideology. Kerbly shook his head. No, I still haven't changed. His father smirked. Perhaps it is time to change. Kerbly let out a sigh. Okay, so this is where we are going. How so? Kerbly asked, tilting his head with intrigue. His father leaned a bit forward on his seat. You said it yourself. The Rebel Alliance wants a new republic that is just as broken as the earlier one. Their goal is to return back to the past, rather than move forward and embrace the new era. The Rebel Alliance is a terrorist movement that undermines the security and safety of the Empire and the people who are loyal to it. It seemed like his father was aware that not everyone who lived under the reign of the Empire was loyal to it. No mind was alike, and each had a different view on what was good and bad. It was the terror that kept them quiet, so the true believers could shout their allegiance. The Empire has promised peace and stability through order and security, he said, but we are losing our ground, and we have been for nearly 4 years. Our current troops are unable to maintain what the galaxy needs. There have been weapon projects to develop all kinds of new technology to help our troopers. Grand Admiral Thrawn's TIE Defender, Orson Krennic's Stardust, Tiber Saxon's Walking Arc Cannon, they have all been developed to aid our troopers in keeping the peace, but it is slowly becoming evident that they do not work. We've been upgrading technology for decades, yet what we've been neglecting are the soldiers themselves. Rebel troops are becoming stronger in flexibility, insight, and firepower, while our stormtroopers still follow their obsolete training. And there are many incidents that prove it. Aldhani, Steergard, Lothal, Fortress Inquisitorius, 1 Cthulhu 2716, Jeddah, the Scarab Citadel, all incidents that prove our stormtroopers need better training instead of new equipment. Father clenched his fists. Sadly, there is no such program, and only small adjustments happen at the Academy. The Imperial Army, the Stormtrooper Corps, and High Command have no plans whatsoever to change it. I usually stay out of experimental programs like these to upgrade my own troopers with the limited funding I have from the Navy. But now I feel different about it. The security that is slowly wearing off is becoming more evident, and now we have to pay for it. Millions of Imperial officers aboard the Death Star have been wiped out because we've been hypnotized too much by fancy, sparklingly new technology. Kerbly cleared his throat. But the creation of the Death Star is what got them killed in the first place, isn't it? If I was a rebel and knew 1 million officers were serving aboard a single space station, I would have done the same. I know what you're thinking, and I agree, said his father, nodding. Stardust was a mistake, and we now have to pay for it. We like to call it Tarkin stupidity because the money spent on the Death Star could have better been used for upgrading our forces. However, it's not just the Death Star that is the problem. It's security, and it's slowly wearing off. Our stormtroopers need better training to better secure our military stations and the people we protect. I have a plan to improve our troops. It will put the Rebel Alliance in a tight corner, but I don't have the knowledge about human psychology this plan so heavily requires. Then Kerbly realized why he wanted him here and why his father wanted him to change. It was because he needed him. Kerbly raised his eyebrows as he realized his father was trying to get him on his side. You wanted to ask me to work for you? Kerbly asked. His father nodded. This is why he was so uneasy in the beginning. This is why Kirby saw the discomfort in his father's eyes, because he asked him to do what felt unnatural. So this is why you wanted me here, Kirby said. You want me to work for the Navy? That is correct, his father replied. I know it goes against your feelings, but I hope you can put them aside for the greater good. Against my feelings? Kirby asked. Father, I'm not going to join the military. I know you're working for the Navy to maintain security and order, but all I see is bloodshed from both sides. His father suddenly stood up from his chair and walked towards him. He bent down and looked Kirby closer in the eyes. Son, the war is escalating. We need all the help we can get to end it. Kirby stood up as well, forcing his father to step back. Father, I am not someone who fights. I am a scientist to research life because I don't want to be part of the bloodshed. I want to do something good, something everyone can profit from, no matter their political taste. I want to teach our children what they can and can't do with their brains. I want to help people, not kill them. And you got so many other scientists who I think are jumping to join a fleet admiral in his works, but instead you asked me. Father put his hand on Kirby's shoulder and pushed him towards the window. Son, look out of the window, he said. What do you see? Kirby followed his father to the window with reluctance and looked through the thick glass. He saw the debris, but Kirby saw something else too, and as a civilian, he couldn't stop the urge to complain. My tax money, Kirby spat out. That's what I see, my tax money wasted on a new weapon. He knew from the stories his father told him years ago that the Death Star cost more money than an entire star system. Extract the raw resources from 50 planets and sell it for high prices, and you still wouldn't even have 1% of the entire construction costs of the Death Star. The amount of credits that now floated before his eyes could have been distributed to many other things that could truly benefit the people of the Empire. Healthcare, education, public transit, high food prices, diplomacy. Kirby thought it was a disservice to the people of the Empire that their tax money was burned this way. His father let out a sigh. Not just tax money. This is a sign of what's to come, all-out war. The Clone Wars was the last one, and we'll be thrown into a new one very soon. If there's one thing that harms the people, it's full-scale galactic war, and we're on the brink of it. If our stormtroopers are unable to protect the people and our installations from rebel insurgents, we need to act quickly to upgrade their capabilities to fight this new war, and I need your help. My help to shed blood? Kirby asked, his lips pressed together. The people need to feel assured that they are safe, his father replied. Kirby scoffed. Father, who are you fighting for? The people or the Emperor? I've sworn my allegiance to the Emperor. I do what he says, but whenever I can, I fight for the people who make our food and assemble our TIE fighters, he replied. They need security, and I want your cooperation. Please, son, accept my offer. The people need what they're promised. And it's not just them who need it. You need it too. Father, I'm a civilian, Kirby replied. I live on Coruscant. When do you think my life will ever be at risk? Father looked away with annoyance in his eyes. You know what I do, right? He asked. Kirby nodded. Of course I do. His father nodded too. Then you know the danger I am in. When High Command mobilizes all our forces, the Rebel Alliance will be cornered. I am a highly ranked officer in the Navy, and soon enough they'll come after me to plot their next act of terrorism against the Empire and its people. Kirby looked away. He couldn't bear what his father was telling him. The lecture his father gave him made him want to bolt out of the door, but he kept his composure. He couldn't turn away his ear, so he stood and let his father speak, but each word pushed him closer to the edge. I'll never let any bit of information get out of my mouth when they get me, and I'll kill myself when they ask me any question, continued his father. They'll come after you and get the intel they need that way. Kirby turned his head to him and scoffed. Father, do you even listen to what you're actually saying? You think they're sadistic demons. I'm convinced they're not, or else they wouldn't have had people to support them anyway. The Rebel Alliance is a terrorist movement growing bigger every day, Father snapped. They're a threat to all of us, even to you, the son of an admiral. Then again, why do you need me? Kirby asked. I'm the least likely person in the galaxy to work for the military. I asked you because you're safer with me. I couldn't bear to see you being tortured by rebels from the afterlife. I told you I would never work for the Imperial war machine. Stop trying to convince me and ask someone else. He almost started to shout at his father, but before he could, Kirby caught himself and looked away from his father into the starfield. What his father wanted from him went against his pledge to avoid military involvement. The bloodshed and firing away with a blaster was not what he could imagine of himself. The Empire had a common goal, but they had methods Kirby couldn't agree with. Now, his father pushed him to change. Now, he had to work for the Imperial war machine. Kirby felt his frustration burning as he turned away. He needed space to cool his mind. He couldn't bear standing here any longer. I need to get out of here, Kirby said, and without a glance at his father, he bolted away. Kirby left his father behind and grasped his suitcase from the floor. He tapped on the button, but the door wouldn't open. He knew it wasn't malfunctioning. It was locked. He leaned with his hand on the locked door as he felt his anger rising in his chest. He needed some space so much, but his father wasn't letting him go. But he knew he couldn't let his decisions be clouded by emotions. He couldn't let it steer him. So Kirby raised his chest and took deep breaths to cool his mind. Please, Kirby, let me speak, Father said, walking towards him. The rebels aren't sadistic demons. You're right about that. What they are is desperate. The Alliance is a minority, and they'll do everything they can to gather intel. I assume you know how dangerous desperation can be. Kirby stared at the steel blast door. His father was right. He understood how desperation can steer a person's mind into chaos. There was a police report he read about a student whose dream was to become the best stormtrooper of the Empire. He thought the academy was too slow, so he took things into his own hands. A few weeks later, he got himself killed in a mishap with a blaster. Desperation was a true trickster. Sometimes it was innocent, but in war, desperation was dangerous. He had no doubt the Rebel Alliance was desperate too. A cornered hound makes strange leaps, they said. A cornered hound would do anything to get out of it. They stumble upon his father. According to protocols, he would take his own life to protect intel, but being the father he was, Kirby knew some of the information too. They find him, manipulate him to exceed his limits, and make him answer. He was one of the few civilians that knew about the Death Star. No doubt the rebels could assume he knew more than that. Kirby realized he was a valuable target for the rebels. The chance that really happened was small, but Kirby felt it wasn't small enough. The realization suddenly crept in on him, and he felt the fear rushing through his veins. It felt heavy on his chest. Then you know the danger you are in, his father said. And he did. He held the kind of information that would make his father kill himself. Though there were many others who knew military information, Kirby understood he was a target too easy to let it drift away. He was a Sin in Minok in the cavern of the Krayt Dragon. Only the military could protect him. Only his father could. He had to take his father's offer and help him with his plan to improve the elite soldiers of the Empire. He already understood that it would make the people of the Empire feel more safe. He now understood it would protect him and his father better than before. It felt strangling to do something he had sworn to never do, but he figured he had no other choice. Staying away wasn't an option. The war didn't stay away from him either. Kerbly slammed his fist on the wall. With his heart pounding, he turned around to his father. He took a deep breath to form the words he didn't want to say. "I'll cooperate," Kerbly stammered. A thin smile formed on the face of his father. "So this plan needs my help in the field of psychology?" Kerbly asked. "Then what do you got?" "Night Force," Father replied. "The night of the war has fallen, and soon we'll wake up with the Rebel Alliance shattered in pieces and a galaxy in peace. I call it the Night Force program. The next phase of academy training of soldiers on the front lines." Chapter 5. Acceptance. Eileen, we're eating. After shouting up the stairs, Eva walks back to the dining table in the room and joins her father and mother. She shoves her seat forward and looks at her filled plate. It's stuffed with corn, other vegetables, and a slab of meat with a cloud of white vapor rising. Elena rushes down the stairs and takes a seat as Mom looks up. "How nice of Oliva to give us some corn," she says. Eva smirks. "Yeah, together we sold the entire stock." Mom smiles. "Good work, Eva." Eva's heart warms up a little with Mom's compliment. "Elena and I visited the Scouts today," says Mom. "All right," says Dad. "Elena, how was that?" Elena looks up from her plate. "It was astral. They had bows made from parts of old starfighters." "Old starfighters?" asks Dad, his eyebrows rising. "That's interesting." "Yeah, and they also had tracks where you cross little ponds and trees and rocks," Elena adds, her smile growing. Hearing all of the adventures there makes Eva smile, feeling happy for her little sister. "The Scouts will be open for application next quarter of the year," says Mom, shifting her head to Dad. 66 credits per month. "That's a lot, but it's something we can pay if it makes you happy," says Dad, grasping his spoon. Mom hums and turns her head to EVA. "Honey, how was your day?" "Fine," Eva replies. "Did anything interesting happen?" Mom asks. "I heard a boy was beaten up, but no, nothing interesting," Eva replies. "He was a rebel sympathizer anyway, so I don't really care." Mom glances at Dad, who chuckles a little. "Sanity is always the first casualty of a war," he says, letting out a big sigh. Eva shifts her eyes to him. "What?" "The kid deserved that punch. What are you talking about?" "EVA?" Mom asks, grasping a cup of water. "Have you already thought about what to do after school?" Eva gazes down to think of an answer. In the corner of her eye, she sees Dad pressing his lips. She can see that Dad knows what she's going to answer. Eva knows it's an answer her mom won't like to, so EVA shakes her head as she puts her spoon in her mouth. "Okay. Well, Mom stammers, maybe it's nice to work in the same factory as your dad, or maybe you like to help me in the fields." Mom continues to suggest some other jobs in the rural and urban areas to do after school. None of them is what Eva is interested in. As Moim names up every job available in the capital, Eva feels her patience is starting to drain. Teacher, biologist, meteorologist, air traffic controller, the director of a company, tour guide, there's not a single job that Eva likes more than a job in the Imperial war machine. At last, as her patience is hitting rock bottom, Eva breaks her stare at her plate and looks at her mother. "Mom," snaps EVA, "I know what I want to become. I want to be a stormtrooper." Her mother chokes on her water and coughs hard, putting the cup back on the table. Some water spills out and spreads over the metal. Mom puts her hand on her stalling lungs as her eyes focus on Eva with concern. "Eva, you still want to go for the military?" Mom asks with a hoarse voice. "Don't you understand how dangerous that is?" "But Mom, I want to serve the Empire," Eva responds. Dad leans forward. EVA, I told you something this morning. Put your desire aside and seek some other perspectives on life. Eva lets out a big sigh as she drops her spoon on the plate. Mom, Dad, why can't you accept what I want to become? Asks Evie with her heart pounding in her chest. Because we don't want to lose you. We don't want you to die, Mom responds, her voice cracking. Mom, I want to work for the Empire because what it does is good, Ava snaps. We make the galaxy a better place, and I want to be a part of that. I want to serve, and if that means I have to fight on a battlefield, then so be it. You don't need to risk your life to change the galaxy, Mom responds. There are other ways to serve the Empire. Think about civil service or diplomacy. That's a joke, scoffs Eve. Diplomats just talk, but soldiers do the real job. They do so much that is quicker than just talking it out. They fight for peace. Isn't the Rebel Alliance trying to do the same thing? Asks Dad. Eva looks at him. The same thing? Don't you dare compare them to us. They are dogs who terrorize us. They want to destroy the stability and the security of the Empire. They need people like me to fight them. I can't stand back and watch the rebels destroy what we have. EVA, soldiers are exposed to dangers every second, snaps Mom. Have you ever thought about the consequences in the long run? Injuries are PTSD. Those are horrible things. Eva falls silent. Her mind enshrouds in frustration as she can't process more. She understands the dangers Mom and Dad worry about, but she remains unyielding. She needs some space to think and digest all of this. The room just feels too suffocating. I'll think about that somewhere without 2 clucking chickens, Eva stammers. Eva abruptly pushes her chair back, rushes away, and runs upstairs as her heart pounds in her chest. She leaves Mom, Dad, and Elena behind and storms to her room. She closes the door with a bang behind her as she feels her heart burning. Why don't they just accept me for who I am? Thinks EVA. She walks to her bed and drops herself onto the mattress. Her eyes catch a glimpse of the sun, and shifting her head to the window, she sees it slowly vanishing below the horizon. The sky is filled with whirling shades of fiery orange. The calm weather outside clears her mind and gives her the peace to digest the argument. Everyone at school wants to join the military. The Empire needs people to fight for its existence. Mom, Dad, why don't you accept it? Why don't you let me do what I want? And then saying the Rebel Alliance does the same thing as the Empire. Dad, what are you even thinking? The words Dad has said to her echo through her mind, and it infuriates her that it came out of the mouth of her father. The rebels are terrorists, monsters, murderers. They represent the worst of the galaxy. In no way are they doing the same as us. Then, a knock on the door breaks her stare. The door slides swiftly into the wall, and Eva sees her dad at the doorstep. Hey, EVA, are you all right? He asks, the worry reflecting in his eyes. Eva sighs and looks away. She sees a hint of rebel sympathy in her father's eyes. Just let me alone, Dad. Eva hears the wooden floor squeaking a little as her father approaches her and sits down on the bed next to her. Dad, just let me alone, but before she could say that, she stops herself. I can better confront him and ask the questions. Dad, says Evie, her voice trembling. You know the rebels kill so many innocent people. I want to fight them. Why don't you let me? Her father lets out a sigh and leans towards her. Eva, you're a naive, stubborn little girl, and he reaches out and strokes her cheeks. Feeling his cold fingers on her cheeks makes her blush a little. You're at such an age that your mind buys into anything that you see, says Dad. You look with both eyes at the world, but your mind doesn't consider the glorification, the sugarcoating, and the exaggeration that comes with it. Eva swallows heavily and slowly nods. She then feels his finger touching her forehead, and Eva looks up at her father. Your innocent mind doesn't consider what lies below the exaggeration, says Dad, taking his finger from her forehead. The military is trying to convince teenagers like you to believe in their cause, which is fine, but they're trying to do it in a way that bends reality. They downplay the dangers, they glorify the pride, they exaggerate the shine. Sometimes they even lie just because they want you to believe them. Kids like you are susceptible to these things, and it's not your fault that you don't know this. Your mind is just not developed well enough. That's why your mother and I are here to guide you. We watch with you with an eye of criticism. We want to be sure that you believe in the truth and not the lies, but we can't do it every time. Sometimes you watch the vid screen without me or your mother. This is why I don't want you to watch the news channels when you're alone. We just want to shield you from the false or half-false things that you'd believe without us. Evie shiveringly nods. She remembers the conscription call she saw earlier this morning. The marching stormtroopers, the tank gunner looking directly at her, the officer walking on the bridge of a Star Destroyer. Ava recognizes they all have some sort of filter that makes them look better. It hits a nerve. Is the Empire bad? Eva stammers. No, replies Dad. I bet you already know what we stand for. They have worked for nearly 20 years and did a lot of good. Worlds have improved, hyperspace lanes have become safer, piracy is no more in almost every Imperial sector, and finally, there's something people can feel proud to be part of. But for every step in the right direction, the Empire takes a step in the wrong direction as well. Some worlds have gone bankrupt, civilizations have been wiped out or go completely unheard of, and there are people who fear the Empire. But fear is what keeps them in line, Ava stutters. It's how we rule the galaxy. But did it work? Dad's question makes Eva stammer, not knowing how to respond, and she looks down with confusion. Each step the Empire takes, we have to judge its effectiveness, says Dad. For 15 years, fear did work. It brought peace to all of the Imperial worlds, but look where we're now. We're at war now, a horrible one. Eva swallows heavily. How do the rebels do the same as us? Dad sighs. We and the rebels both strive for peace for a better place. We try to improve the galaxy and make the lives of others better. We both want peace, but what sets us apart is what we mean by peace. As Imperials, we believe that order, authority, and security are what bring peace, while the rebels believe is freedom and democracy. But at the end of the day, we both want peace, and we both want to achieve it with violence. What do you think? Asks EVA, swallowing heavily. Look, I believe in the Empire, says her father. It's better than the Republic the Rebel Alliance is trying to restore, but I don't follow the Empire blindly as you do. I judge our government with criticism, and I want to know everything about what I'm dealing with. We've done wrong things, but I believe in the Empire nonetheless because I believe it's not broken. Eva nods, understanding what her father has told her, and she looks down. We do a lot of good things, but maybe there's a bad side. Maybe I haven't seen it all. Still, I don't want them to win. They're still terrorists. Maybe they're trying to do what's good in their eyes, but they do a lot of bad things against us. And I don't want you to join the military, as Dad. They will send you to the places where you're needed the most, which will be the bloodiest battlefields of the galaxy. And if you believe in everything the conscription calls show you, the heroes, the glory, you'd be heavily disappointed when you really start to fight. Reality will be harsh on you. Eva remains silent. EVA, you're still an innocent child who deserves a good childhood, says Dad, and he strokes her hair softly. You're vulnerable and innocent, not a tool of war, but that doesn't mean you can't be proud of the Empire. Eva looks up and she starts to smile a little. Feeling her dad's finger running through her hair makes her feel more comfortable in a situation that started anything but. Glory to the Empire, isn't it? Her dad asks. Eva chuckles. Glory to the Empire. Finally, a shimmer of joy shines as she hears that her father isn't a rebel sympathizer. Though he seems critical of what the Empire is doing, he doesn't sound like any scum does. How early do you have to be at school tomorrow? Asks Dad, retracting his hand from her hair. I don't have school tomorrow. I have a day off, Eva replies. Lucky you, says Dad, and Eva smiles. Well, since you're free tomorrow, there's been a change of policies this month at the BlasTech facility. I'm allowed to invite one person to the facility each year. You want to come with me tomorrow? Coming with you to BlasTech? Suddenly, Eva feels excitement rushing through her veins, and she almost jumps up. To the BlasTech facility? Dad nods. So, of course I want to come, chuckles EVA. Did you think I'd say no? Dad smiles. Maybe. So, you're letting me visit a weapons foundry, but you don't let me join the military? Eva asks. Building weapons in a facility is safer than using them on the battlefields, Dad responds. Else I wouldn't have worked there. Eva nods. Could I test out the blasters? I mean, if you don't let me fire it on a battlefield, I could try it out in a safe place. Just for fun, of course. Dad smirks. I can't promise that. I'd have to ask management, but if yes, then yeah, sure. With some guidance, of course. I'm not going to let you fire on your own. Eva smiles. Yeah, I'd be a safety hazard. The frustration she previously felt has now melted as ice in the sun. Later that night, Dad puts her to bed and Eva eagerly pulls the warm blanket towards herself. Her room is left in darkness, but something that shines bright is Eva's excitement. With her heart pounding in her chest, she can't shake off the excitement as she can't wait to visit the BlasTech facility. The corporation is known as the biggest supplier of weapons to the Imperial military, and the manufacturing is a huge operation. She can't wait to see the blasters being manufactured piece by piece. She can already feel it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Meanwhile, a figure is standing just outside the perimeters of the BlasTech facility, watching his activity with sharp eyes. The starfield fills the lunar sky as soon it will swarm with starbirds, shrieking for freedom as loud as the stars, shimmering for hope. Chapter 6. BlasTech Espionage. The next day, EVA boards the speeder of her father with a smile. The sun blazes at the horizon and announces a special day. Eva runs her fingers through her hair, groups the strands together, and ties them up in a bun. She has already mostly forgotten the heat she felt at the dining table yesterday. Now she can hardly wait to visit the factory that drives the Imperial war effort. Even better, if management agrees, she gets to test out the blasters at the test range. Evie sits down next to Dad as he flips the switch. The engine starts rumbling, and she can feel its vibrations through her backrest. EVA turns around and sees Elena standing on the porch waving at her. Eva waves back, and they set off, driving over the dirt trail to the paved road. EVA, says Dad. I talked with management about testing out a blaster. They're a bit hesitant and have concerns about the safety. Eva shifts her head to him. So they don't allow us to try out? No, they don't. Eva nods. She feels a little disappointed, but she accepts the setback. Perhaps it's better to not let her touch a blaster with her weak arms. She'd be a hazard. Driving on, they stumble upon a convoy of IDT troop transporters, passing them with roaring engines. Eva glances over her shoulder as they pass them. There are many stormtroopers out lately, Eva remarks. Yeah, I heard they raised the warning level, Dad replies. Why? I don't know. You're the one who always watches CH7. Dad's teasing comment makes Eva chuckle a little. However, CH-7 hasn't talked about any danger on Volant 6, so Eva's left to her imagination. Her thoughts immediately drift to the Rebel Alliance. It's the only one that forms a real threat to the Empire's presence on Volant 6. They'd be the only reason for the Imperial garrison to put more troops on the roads, even this far away from the capital. Though it's not far away as the convoy flies, the trip to the BlasTech facility is long. They pass a road sign, and Eva's eyes catch its words. BlasTech Site B, with an arrow going right. They cross an intersection, and in the distance, Eva sees a security checkpoint with a laser gate blocking the road. There are tall fences keeping unwanted visitors and wildlife away from the facility. A stormtrooper checks their chain codes, and as 3 greens light up on his device, the gate opens and Dad passes the checkpoint. They drive onto a large parking space with a crawl of speeders everywhere. Just above their roofs, Eva can see the large facility buildings of BlasTech. As Dad parks the speeder, Ivy steps out and takes a good glance at the facility. It's located at the pit of a large valley with towering fences and watchtowers encircling the side in the far distance. The facility itself consists of 9 large blocks, each differing in size to accommodate the machines inside. Some massive chimneys release clouds of water vapor into the air and tower over the buildings, and some large water tanks border the parking space. They probably contain enough water to fill an entire emptied ocean. It's a gigantic facility. From afar, when Eve looked from behind the fences, it all looked so small. She follows Dad through the big entrance hall. The floor is sparklingly clean as EVA approaches a protocol droid behind the counter at the end of the hallway. The droid is sleek in design and shines in the light. "We're here for a civilian visit," says Dad. The droid tilts its head. Names and chain codes. Dad puts the chain codes on the counter. Vernix Young and my daughter, Evie Young. The droid nods and taps on the keyboard, registering the 2 in the system, and it returns the chain codes. "Access granted." "Thank you," says Dad, and he puts the chain codes away in his work bag. "Come, Evi." With excitement rushing through her veins, Ave follows him through a large door to the first factory hall. Her eyes land on the endless sea of conveyor belts whirring as they move metal parts to machines. She grasps Dad's hand and squeezes it. "So this is the first assembly hall," he says. "Here we put together the main body of the E-11. They walk alongside one of the conveyor lines, and EVA follows one part through the process. It's an unrecognizable piece of clean, black metal, fresh from the foundries. Laser cutters inscribe the metal with indents, and robotic arms weld metal objects with sparks flying off. As the arms are done welding, Ava sees parts she recognizes, the handle and the gap for the power cell. It starts to look more like a real blaster she's seen stormtroopers holding. The metal body drops off the conveyor and vanishes in a white metal box. "And from here we do the rest with our hands," he explains. "We do the wiring, polishing, and the rest manually." They approach a workbench with 8 employees finishing the metal bodies of the blasters. Wiring, plugging in the trigger, polishing sharp edges, and inserting the scope are all done with human hands. "After we're done, we put them in the storage until they're loaded into containers and shipped away," Dad explains. Eva keeps her eyes on the hands of an employee, amazed to see slabs of metal from the ground becoming deadly weapons, the death of rebel scum. She can see herself using them in the Legion, pulling the trigger that was once put together by Dad's hands here at this workbench. She starts appreciating the tough manual labor behind the entire war effort. Evie realizes that shiny armor and powerful weapons shouldn't blind people from the ones who make those things with bare hands. Most of the time, people look away from the dirty handwork. Manual labor is perhaps underappreciated, and EVA sees the value in working indirectly for the military instead of fighting amidst it. Perhaps a job here would be fine. The Empire might need people to fight, but they need laborers as much as soldiers. Eva follows Dad into a storage hall. Endless lines of containers stand in the hall, stretching as far as the eye can see. Catwalks suspended in the air cross each other, and past containers stacked on top of each other. That looks like so many blasters, Eva remarks. Yeah. Want to see them? Dad asks. Eva glances at him and smiles. Yeah. Dad approaches a container and opens it. He lifts the lid and EVA sees it's filled with E11s. For her, it's like a treasure lost in a dark wreckage that killed the most experienced treasure hunters in the galaxy. Want to hold one? He asks. Holding one? I thought I wasn't allowed, she says. Don't worry, these are disabled, Dad responds. We store the power cells in separate packages. And no power cells means no accidental discharge, making it safe for EVA to hold one. Curiously, she grasps a blaster and lifts it from the container. It's heavy, but its grips feel good in her hands. How does it feel? He asks. Eva keeps her eyes on the blaster as a smile forms on her face. Better than I ever thought it to feel, Eva responds, looking up. Dad's name is called, and turning around, Eva sees as one of his colleagues approaching him. As he leaves Eva behind and talks with his co-worker, she focuses her attention on the blaster. What does it look like if I look through the scope? Eva aligns the scope with her eyes and looks through it to see how much it magnifies the vision. The stacks of containers at the end of the storage hall now seem to be so much closer that she could almost touch them. It's like a telescope. She passes a catwalk with her scope, but then she crosses something that draws her attention. She rotates a few degrees back, and the scope lands on a shadow-like figure, standing motionless on the catwalk. The figure is so dark she can't make out its details, and slowly, Eva feels a wave of dread washing over her. Her heart starts racing in her chest and her pupils widen, wondering what the hell she just stumbled upon. Evie rotates one of the buttons on the side of the scope, but even when she zooms in, she can't get a good look at the figure. It's too far away, or it's too dark to reveal it. She feels a hand tapping on her shoulder. Eva lowers her blaster and sees it's Dad. EVA, they make E-22s in the next factory hall, he says. Will you come? Eva glances at Dad with dread brewing in her eyes. Before her father can notice it, she turns back and looks at the catwalk again. This time it's desolate. That shadow is gone. Hey, EVA, are you coming? Dad repeats. Evie puts back the blaster, and she shoves the apparition off. Could just be an inspector, a droid, or a security guard. Eva follows him to the next assembly hall, where the E-22 model is produced. The endless lines of conveyor belts distract her a little from the dread. Dad, how many blasters are made here? She asks. Dad stares into the oblivion, thinking. About 2.000. Then a screeching alarm goes off, and Eva's heart skips a beat. Employees around her stop working and look around, wondering why the alarm is wailing. Her heart starts picking up its speed as the alarm grows louder, and she turns to Dad. Something wrong? Eva asks, her voice starting to shiver. I don't know, he replies, looking around. You don't know, Dad? At least something is going wrong. Why else would the alarm go off? Then, a robotic, monotone voice speaks through the intercom of the facility, echoing through the assembly hall. Warning. A-113 is currently effective. Blast it, that's not good, says Dad. A-113? Eva asks. Come on, he says urgently, and before Eva can ask why, he pulls her along. Eva shoves off the question now that urgency is flooding her. She glances around as her dad's grip on her hand tightens. She sees employees around her rushing to glass cabinets hanging on the walls. They're taking oxygen masks. What the hell is going on? Is there a gas leak or something? Her mind races with thoughts of things that could be happening. Dad pulls her to another glass-protected cabinet next to a security block. He slides it open and picks out an oxygen mask. As Eva looks at him, he lowers himself and puts the mask on her face. Dad pulls the elastic string over her bun, and let's go, Dad, let's go. It smacks into the back of her head, pressing her mask tightly against her face. Ouch. Sorry, it's urgent, says Dad, and he quickly puts his own oxygen mask on his face. Dad, what's happening? She stammers. Protocols between a 110 and a 119 mean the leak of a gas, he responds. A 113 means the leak of a very deadly gas that can burn your lungs when inhaled. Ava's heart skips a beat. Are we safe? Yeah. Don't worry, EVA. These masks protect us. Now, come on. He stands up, and EVA follows him through the assembly hall until they arrive at an open blast door. She can feel her heart racing in her chest with no possibility of slowing down. They enter a corridor, and she notices a sign suspended in the air, with white dominant letters screaming with urgency. Emergency airlock, she reads, and below that, an arrow pointing left. They turn around the corner, but they stumble into a crowd of employees standing behind a shut airlock. Eva sees that no one is going through, and she can feel the tense atmosphere hanging in the corridor as they approach the crowd. Something is going wrong. What are they doing? Eva asks. I don't know, he responds. They should be working fine. Hey, what's wrong with the airlock? An employee turns around, and Eva sees the confusion and the dread in the man's eyes behind his mask. I don't know, he stammers. We're locked out of the system. Did you ask management? Dad asks. I did, but they're not opening them. Eva looks at the two talking men, and her dread steepens with each second that burns away. Dad, please tell me what's going on. In the corner of her eye, Eva sees another employee running through the corridor towards them. His oxygen mask hobbles on his face as he's gasping for air. Vernix, he shouts. Dad turns around. Supervisor, the airlocks won't open. What's going on? As the supervisor steps closer to her father, Eva can feel his anxiety radiating through his mask. The entire factory is in lockdown. His voice shivers, cracking. In lockdown? Her father asks, disbelieved. You're kidding? No, I'm serious, he sighs. It's all in lockdown. The Mother Blast and ISB is standing outside on the doorstep with an army. Ava's heart skips a beat. The ISB? This is really wrong. More than wrong. It's the Griffin Imperial Security Bureau. They always show up the second they suspect you of anything malicious. Theft, black market trade, espionage, sabotage, assassination, high treason, genocide, anything that threatens the Empire is a reason for the ISB to stand on your doorstep and torture the hell out of you. Forget gundarks, assassins, or bounty hunters. The ISB are the kind of people you really don't want to mess with. Evie almost chokes on her thoughts. Suddenly, her sighting of the shadow flashes before her eyes. Evie remembers the apparition standing on the catwalk in the storage hall, and Eva's mind instantly jumps to one screaming thought. There's a spy here, Eva blurts out. Dad and the supervisor shift their heads to her. Why else would the IS be here? She asks. They usually come to capture rebels. Eva remembers what she saw on CH-7. 11 rebel insurgents were neutralized on Kuwait who were linked to the catastrophic bombing of a cargo train. The ISB raided their hideout in a matter of a minute. Her heart skips a beat as she thinks about it. What if there's a bomb here? And the ISB wants everyone out under the cover of a gas leak? Just what if? Eva reaches out to Dad's hand to hold. Dad, I want to get out. He pulls EVA towards himself and embraces her in his arms. My little EVA will get out of here, don't worry. Evie presses her head against his chest, trying to comfort her racing heart. Then she hears something hissing and whirring. Eva lets go of her father and notices it's coming from the airlocks as it slowly rises. Evie hears the crowd of employees sigh with relief. Her heart leaps in her chest. Now they can leave. Finally. But then Eva notices no one is stepping through. Instead, the employees are stepping back. Out of the way. A man shouts. Through the crowd of employees stepping aside, Eva sees an ISB officer dressed in white uniform. Behind him stands a platoon of stormtroopers, and they all usher the people to make way. Dad pushes Eva aside, and she bumps into the wall with her back. Have your chain code ready for identification? The officer shouts. Dank Farrick, what's going on? As her nervous questions are left unanswered, Dad opens his work bag and grabs the chain codes. A stormtrooper steps towards them with a scanning device. Chain code, please, he says. Dad hands over the 2 chain codes, and one by one, the stormtrooper inserts them into the device to scan them. After 2 greens, he hands it back, and Eva presses herself against her father. Dad embraces her in her arms. Everything is fine, Eva. We'll get out of here. Dad's assurance doesn't comfort her in the slightest. The supposed leak of a deadly toxin, the ISB invading the place, and the probability of a spy among them or a bomb hiding in a compartment, the thoughts run in circles in Eva's mind. Everything is possible, even just a data leak. As long as she's standing inside, it's not safe. Out of the blue, a screech snaps her out of her thoughts. She shakes as a stormtrooper falls to the floor with the burn mark smoking on his helmet. Man down, the officer shouts. Shoot to stun. Eva's eyes dart to the stormtroopers around her, raising their blasters and opening fire. She feels Dad grasping her hand and pulling her away from the blaster fight, and they stumble through a doorway. Come on, Eva, Dad shouts. Eva snaps out of her slow thoughts as she runs behind her father through a narrow corridor. The adrenaline starts kicking in and rushes through her veins as she glances over her shoulder. She sees stormtroopers falling to the floor with burn marks all over their bodies, and she hears them screaming in agony. Dad, where are we going? She gasps, letting go of his hand. Another airlock. His voice shakes, nearly shouting. There are more exits. Eva follows Dad into another corridor as groups of stormtroopers run past her with marching boots. They vanish behind her as her endurance is draining. Her knees burn in agony, screaming at her to stop, but she knows she's near safety. She can't stop running. Dad, how far is it? She gasps. Just keep running, he shouts. We're near. We're near? Dank Farrick, Dad. Why is your facility so criffin' huge? At the end of the corridor, Eva notices a staircase going all the way up. There's a gap between the stairs, and Eva hopes she doesn't have to climb them. Her knees already burn like hell. Then, Eva hears an agonizing scream echoing in the direction of the staircase. Her heart sinks in her chest, and they both stop in their tracks. Ava's gasps echo as she hears another scream, and then several screeches. Something clatters against the metal railing of the staircase. The body of a stormtrooper flashes before her eyes and slams on the floor. A shot mark smokes on his chest, his leg, and his shoulder, and Eva can hear him gasping for air in agony. Dad glances at her quickly. Eva, stay here. Eva nods shakily. He approaches the stormtrooper to help him get up. Then, Ava shakes as she sees a shadow hovering through the gap between the stairs. A thin grappling hook is attached to his back as the shadow hovers down. Dad jumps back as the shadow hits the floor with his boots. His head is shrouded in a black helmet. Ava's heart sinks in her chest as she realizes that this is the shadow she saw standing on the catwalk. It's the rebel spy Eve thought about. Dad steps back as the spy lashes a vibro knife out of his holster. The shadow steps towards the injured stormtrooper, ready to slash his throat. Dad bumps into her, grasps her hand, and pulls Eva away from the shadow. He pulls her through a blast door, and EVA steps into a storage room. Dad slams the door shut and locks it. Dad squeezes her hand and pulls her to the back of the storage room. With her heart racing in her chest, Ava drops herself to the floor and smacks her back against a stack of crates, locked into position with metal tie wraps. She puts her hands on her lap as they tremble with fear. Dad sees it and embraces her in his arms. EVA, take a deep breath, he whispers shakily. Eva shakes her head. I can't. Dad puts her hand on her cheeks and turns her head to him. Eva's darting eyes catch the inner piece of her father in his eyes. EVA, do after me, okay? Just breathe, and he takes a deep breath to let her do the same. Eva nods, and she expands her chest and takes a deep breath, inhaling through her nose. After the second gasp, her heart slows down, and her nerves start cooling down from the heat. Her mind clears. Thanks, Dad. Good, EVA, Dad whispers. Don't worry, that spy won't get through the door. I locked it. She casts her eyes down. Right. I hope it's made of Star Destroyer armor. Then that guy will definitely fail to get in. Now that the clouds have drifted away from her mind, Ava can think crystal clear. Her thoughts immediately drift away to the shadow. That must be the person the ISB is after. Why else would they be here? They're only here to catch a rebel spy, and that's the shadow. Evie realizes she got caught in the crossfire between a hunting security agency and a vengeful rebel spirit. It's a war zone she accidentally stumbled into. Suddenly, a loud screech fills the room. Eva shakes and covers her ears as she hears the door bursting open with violence. The floor shakes like an earthquake. Evie realizes that the door is no longer there. The spy has gotten in, and her vision starts to blur with panic. Blast it, Dad whispers. Dad, she whispers, her voice cracking. EVA, it's okay. We won't be harmed, Dad whispers in her ear. I'll make sure of it. She doesn't say anything back. Eva feels too panicked to form sentences, but amidst the pounds of her heart, Eva remembers what Dad just said. She expands her chest and takes a deep breath, inhaling shiveringly through her nose, and she cools her burning nerves with air. Amidst the beats of her heart, she hears the faint footsteps of the spy far behind her. The shadow makes eerie thuds on the floor. He's looking for them. Her father peeks around the corner of the crate to look, and immediately retracts his head and turns to her. We have to move, he whispers. Eva shakes her head, unsure of what he means. To where? Her father points to another crate, 2 meters away from Eva's shoulder. We can't make it out of here silently. Dank Ferrick. This can go well or horribly wrong. I'll go first, and he crawls to the crate's corner on Eva's side. Eva watches as her father crawls over her legs and peeks around the corner, ensuring the shadow isn't looking. He quickly crouches to the other crate as silent as a mouse. But now Evie has to do it, and she has to cross a gap of 2 meters. But she has to do it. Eva shifts her weight to her other feet as she moves into position, ready to crawl to Dad. Crouched behind the other crate, her father opens his hand palm. Before she makes the leap, the spy has to turn away. But then Dad waves to her, and Evie launches herself from her feet towards him. Then her foot gets stuck in the loop of a tie wrap. She loses her balance, shrieks, and hits the floor hard with her chin. Eva gasps, clenches her teeth, and feels her chin burning like fire. Amidst her pounding heart, Eva hears a metallic click echoing through the room. Her heart sinks in her chest. It's the click of a blaster rifle cycling to firing mode. Eva pushes herself off the floor and stands up. Her eyes are drawn to the spy standing amidst the crates, pointing his blaster at her. Eva's eyes start to water as she realizes it has gone terribly wrong. She raises her shaking hands. Dad jumps up from the floor and steps towards her, covering Eva with his back. "Stop. Don't harm up." Her father shouts, his voice shivering with panic. "We're unarmed civilians." The spy stands motionless amidst the crates, still pointing his blaster at her. Slowly, Eva lowers her hands as her dad covers her. Eva leans a bit forward and sees that the spy is wearing a full black armor suit with a circle on his shoulders. His helmet has a T-shaped green visor glowing in the dark. "Up!" the spy shouts. Eva startles and she raises her hands again, shaking with fear. She tilts her head around the back of her father, trying to see a glimpse of what's happening next. She knows they can't stand here forever. At one point, the ISB will have skimmed every corner of the facility. That rebel can't hold them at gunsight for long. As her eyes follow the barrel of his blaster, Eva notices the spy isn't aiming at her father. Instead, it's aiming at her. Not Dad, the person who could be the biggest threat to him, but her. "Dad." Ava's voice shivers. "Yeah," he responds, and his voice turns into frustration. "Point that blaster at me instead of my daughter. I don't care if you aim it at my head, but if you harm her, you'll get in trouble." Although his helmet covers his face like a black void, Ava can see the hesitance from the very subtle gestures he makes with his head, unsure of what to do with them. But he's nowhere near the decision of lowering that barrel or pointing it at her father. "You'll get in trouble with me too," another voice echoes through the room. The spy lowers his blaster, turns around, and EVA sees a single stormtrooper standing behind him. He has his blaster raised and pulls the trigger, hitting the spy with the stun round. The shadow lets out a demonic groan as he stumbles backwards and drops to his knees. "No one points a blaster at our children, especially not EVA, shouts the stormtrooper. "You're under arrest." And suddenly it hits her. She recognizes the trooper's voice. She also notices a double blue ring on his chest plate and the orange pauldron on his shoulder. Her heart leaps in her chest. "Karen, it's you," Eva sighs, smiling. Karen puts the barrel on the helmet of the spy, holding him at gunshot as he turns to her. "EVA, I'm glad you're okay," he says, nodding. "Mr. Young, good to see you are fine too." Dad nods, letting out a shivering sigh. "Thank you." Now that the spy is dropped to his knees, the nightmare is finally over. There's no need to hide and run anymore. Soon, this rebel scum will stare at 12 barrels of a firing squad. Ava's heart leaps with relief, happy that it's over. Without warning, the spy grasps Karen's blaster and pulls it out of his hand. The blaster misfires and Eva drops herself to the floor. The stun round nearly hit her. Dad pulls her up and gets EVA to a nearby pile of crates. Evie raises her head over the crates and watches as Karen and the rebel spy fight, lashing out their fists. "Come on, Karen. Kick his ass. Get that rebel scum to his knees." Karen shifts his bucket to Evie and her father and gestures to the open door. "Get out of here now." Dad glances at her and grasps her hand. "EVA, stay with me and follow me. Don't hesitate, okay?" Eva nods. She stands up and runs behind her father through the stack of crates, making their way to the only exit door in the storage room. Eva can hear their fists smashing into each other, making loud, echoing thuds. Each one of them sounds as bone-breaking as the other. Evie runs towards the door and finally makes it out of the storage room. They stumble into a corridor and her father runs on, but Eva lets go and stays behind, stopping in her tracks. She has to see whether Kieran is fine. The fight sounded awful, with each smack sounding as fiercely as the other. She has to make sure he's fine. Eva steps back and looks around the corner of the doorway. Her eyes land on Kieran's limp body lying on the floor, and her heart sinks in her chest. She can still hear him breathing, but is filled with agony. She can feel the pain he's in. Her eyes dart to the spy, moving like an enraged spirit towards Kieran. In his hands, Evie sees his vibro knife dripping blood. His black armor gloves are covered in red, sparkling blood, and Eva's pupils grow, knowing whose blood it is. "Kieran, get up," Eva cries, but he remains on the floor, lying like a dead body. The spy lashes out his blaster and aims at Kieran, and before Dad can pull her away, the flash that occurs burns on her retina. "Ma'am?" Eva keeps her eyes locked on the tarmac. At the parking lot, an ISB officer, dressed in a thin, tightly ironed jacket, is sitting across from her. He holds a data pad as the gray tint casts a dark shadow over them. "How did the perpetrator look like?" he asks. Eva's eyes dart around, trying to form sentences. However, the memories she tries to recollect blur. As Dad gives him the description of the rebel, Eva's eyes are drawn to a stretcher being carried by 2 Army medics over the parking lot of the BlasTech facility. On it lies a stormtrooper with an orange pauldron and his helmet off. From afar, Eva can see not just a soldier, but a man struggling to survive his injuries as he squeezes the oxygen mask sitting on his mouth, trying to keep himself alive. The oxygen mask makes her unable to recognize him, but she knows that at least one of the wounded soldiers the medics have carried is Kieran. Eva feels worried about his safety, and she's unable to let go of her thoughts about him. Unfortunately, not everyone was so lucky to make it out of the facility during the raid. ISB forces counted the bodies. She knows they always do to make a number on a statistic report, but so far she hasn't heard a single thing about the death toll. She did hear that they followed the spy through the sewage system, but lost him in the endless maze. Aside from the blaster fight, he left almost nothing behind. That night, Evie sits heavily at her desk. She leans with her elbows on the metal, looking at her data pad. She tries to do some homework, but her mind constantly drifts off. It was supposed to be a fun day out today, but has spiraled into a nightmare. As she types the last words on her data pad, a switch suddenly turns in her mind. Questions arise about the military. She saw many troopers dying in a hunt that seemed so simple. Yet many died, and all of them had trained for years and years without pause. Evie starts realizing that perhaps she has underestimated the dangers of the military. Perhaps death is easier to happen than she thought, even as an elite trooper of the Empire. Slowly, she understands why Mom, Dad, and even Lou seem so hesitant about her joining the fight. Even with training, death is a factor that remains lurking in the shadows, no matter what. The Imperial raid that happened today left a burning mark behind, inscribed in her mind. It continuously reminds her that risks are not to be reckoned with. Death can't be tricked, not even in the military. However, the BlasTech Site B incident isn't where it all ends. Chapter 7. Civilian Hands. This is bad. The fiery red shades on the hologram on his metal desk burned on his retina as he looked at it. Kirby let out a sigh as he looked with pain in his eyes at the brain scans the hologram displayed. It's been a month or so since he accepted his father's request, but now, looking at the results, Kirby questioned it. "Father, this is just not good," he said. His father stood on the other side of his desk. The overhead fluorescents shone a ray of white light onto them. Father slowly took a step towards the desk. "Explain to me." Kirby looked down at the scans and sighed. So the 50 test takers were dropped on Coulter 3, Kessel, and Kashyyyk in teams of 5 over the course of 10 days, Kirby explained. Separately, the teams followed Imperial Orsis on the ground to research how they reacted to danger. "We monitored their brain activity, beats per minute, blood pressure, and emotional state during the whole ordeal. I can safely conclude that they all couldn't function properly after an overload of panic. They all experienced far too much stress." Kirby tapped a button and switched the hologram to his father. He came closer to the desk as Kirby leaned forward. He pointed with his finger through the image and showed his father 4 colorful images. They were stills of the brain scans of 2 of the 50 test takers. The vertical row on the left showed 2 images before the test, and the row on the right showed 2 images of after the test. "Look at these," Kirby said. "These highlighted areas indicate high brain activity. Yellow is average, orange is medium, red is high, purple very high, and black above all of that." What the brain scans showed were images with threatening shades of red, purple, and black. They all couldn't bear the panic. When they came back, their faces were as white as snow, devoid of any emotion. Medics had to carry them off the shuttles. Kirby wondered how the test takers were doing after they returned to their homes, but honestly, he didn't want to know. He already knew the answer. "These are the results of Imperial incursions that all went according to plan," he said. "These are comparable to the invasions of law enforcers, policemen when they bust a dealer's door at the suspicion of spice. An all-out war on the battlefield is far more intense, so imagine how they would react to that. This is not good." "It's a problem, I see that, but problems have solutions," said his father. "Father, we're talking about teenagers." 15-year-olds in war, Kirby replied. Now, admittedly, teenagers have better adaptivity, agility, and heightened perception among other advantages, but they don't weigh out their inability to handle immense amounts of stress and panic. Kirby felt convinced teenagers held no future in the plan of his father. Kirby didn't want to attempt to make it real. He did have the ability to hack the brains of the teenagers, but he didn't dare. They were teenagers, children who had a childhood to live. "Son, this problem has a solution too," he said. "We'll take measures to improve their health and functionality to avoid their brains from overheating." Kirby didn't want to go on, but he said he'd help him, so he had chosen to do that, helping his father until they reached an inevitable dead end. He sighed as his father leaned over the desk towards him. "So the test takers came back from their experiments," he said. "Did you question them?" Kirby nodded. "I did. But couldn't find anything substantial that could lead us to a solution." "What did they say precisely?" His father tried everything to find even the narrowest paths to solutions, and Kirby decided to go along. He tapped on the keyboard of his computer that displayed its screen on the hologram. He searched for the report files and found them. A white file with a block of words was displayed on the hologram. "So they returned from the operations and I interviewed most of them," Kirby said. "I asked them a basic checklist of questions and went deeper into specific aspects. So I showed them the brain scans and asked them why they thought their brain activity was so high. They all said the same thing. They were scared of the risks of dying or losing their senses. There was also something else, and it made Kirby's heart pound with unease as he took a deep breath to continue. They were scared of the impacts on the lives of their parents if they die," he continued. When he sat in the cubicle and tried to be as friendly and open as possible, the opposite of the military, Kirby watched his test takers break out in tears. He watched them crying, even the boys. No person liked to imagine how much their parents would cry at the stone of their child at the cemetery. No wonder they couldn't take the heat. He took a deep breath again to continue. So, the initial death itself wasn't the only factor. It was the lives of the parents their death would heavily influence. That made it worse. It shouldn't come as a surprise, but teenagers love their parents. They're too dependent on them and tell them they're wrong. It shouldn't be surprising. His father looked away into oblivion. Teenagers who are concerned about their parents. Yes, Kirby responded. If this doesn't make clear teenagers won't work for Night Force, I don't know what will. He had thoughts, but they were now confirmed with harsh evidence. If you really want a solution, said Kirby, the only one I see is to leave them out of Night Force, have them train at the academy like all others until they're grown up. Father shook his head. Kirby then saw a hint of hesitance in his father's eyes as he saw he was trying to search for words. You won't like what I'm about to say. His father started, but what about orphans? Kirby could have seen an answer coming, yet it hit him in the face. That's not the solution you're probing, I hope? He asked, pressing his lips. He thought there was a chance, but his father was serious. It was a serious solution his father was looking into, and it made Kirby feel uneasy. Look, we can train them to be less scared of war, but we can't train them to forget their parents, his father said. Recruiting orphans will eliminate that problem. His reasoning confirmed all the more that his father was seriously looking into it, recruiting orphans for a military goal. Father, we can't put orphans in another nightmare, Kirby argued. Orphans are already experiencing too many things they shouldn't go through. Night Force is something totally different from the academy. Night Force puts them on the battlefields within 2 years of their training. It's the only solution to solve this problem, his father said. Son, the security of the galaxy depends on the success of this project. And they depend on me, Kirby said, the frustration rising in his chest. I'm responsible for the pain and the damage those kids could sustain. I know, I'm not in charge, and I'm technically not responsible for them, but I feel responsible, and I'm not sure if I can bear such feelings. I understand, his father said, but that feeling, actually feeling responsible, depends on your perseverance. The best research with the most promising results for the most balanced training program will result in the best possible teenage soldiers. Running away from problems and taking a longer side route is not what will save us. Facing those problems and solving them one by one is what makes us and this project succeed. Kirby scoffed. Great. You just made me feel more responsible for what could go wrong. Orphans have nobody to lose, said Father. That can push them enough through their training and the dangers they will face. Kirby looked away as he felt the frustration brewing within him. It made him want to leave, but he couldn't. What his father told him was stuck to him. He knew it was true that if he did his absolute best to reach the best results, he didn't need to feel responsible. The best foundation would give way to the most stable, safe structure on top. If he could keep the train on track at this stage of Night Force, the rest would go harmless. Besides, this project works best when it's in the hands of a civilian and not a militant. The solution had now become a viable path he was willing to take, but Kirby was not willing to walk it as long as his father held the tools. If there was one thing that had to change, it was the management. Sure, Kirby said. I'm willing to take that solution, but before I do, I want full control of the project. I decide how it's all done. Research, development, operation, everything. I want to be in charge of it. I think it's better to let someone lead it who takes the least profit from his results, rather than you or any other military officer. I want Night Force in safe hands, mine. He knew father wasn't stupid. A psychologist was better at examining the health of orphans than an admiral, and he had no idea what the field brought. His lack of knowledge was one of his reasons for calling Kerbly in the first place. It was better to let Night Force be led by someone who knew the field. So he accepted Kerbly's demand with a nod. Kerbly nodded too. For a moment, he thought his father would be offended to have someone say he wasn't fit to lead his idea. He took the recommendation better than he thought, and he felt thankful. "You're in command of Night Force now," his father said, about to turn around. "Make the best out of it, son." "Will do," Kerbly responded with a nod. It was settled. No longer was Night Force led by a military officer, and as his former commander walked out of the office, Kerbly was left alone in his office room aboard the Eagle Claw. There was a lot of work to do. Kerbly knew the solution he had chosen wasn't the best one. Having orphan teenagers fight on the battlefield wasn't done so far to his knowledge. Thus, it had unforeseen consequences he couldn't see until the project crashed into them. He swung his seat around a little and gazed out of the window. His eyes landed on the starfield with a bright star in the far distance. Kerbly let out a heavy sigh. "What have I started upon?" he whispered. It wouldn't be easy. He had a lot of work to do, but the concern kept growing. He knew that once the military was mobilized, the Rebel Alliance would become desperate, clinging to every bit of intel they could get. They'd find him. Let's get working then. Chapter 8. Shrieking Starbirds. "Ms. Liu?" It is 3 days later, just past school time. The murmuring students walk out of the classroom as EVA stays behind and stands at Liu's desk. As she holds a data card in her hand, she hears the wind whistling outside the building. What happened at BlasTech still echoes through Eva's mind. She can still hear the shrieking blaster bolts in her ears. Liu puts away her cup of caf. "Yes, Eva?" "I finished my assignment I forgot to make," Eva responds. She puts the data card on Liu's desk. Liu's eyebrows rise with surprise. "You did your homework? I thought it didn't matter to you." With a smile, Liu grasps the data card and inserts it into her computer. Liu's eyes reflect blocks of words on the screen as she scrolls through the file. Doing the homework she had refused to do was the only way that kept her mind occupied at night. If her eyes refused to close, so be it. Liu takes out the data card of her computer and shoves it aside. "You did it really well," she says with a smile. Ava nods a little. It's one of the few times her literature assignment is said to be done really well. Anyone would feel happy, but Eva doesn't feel the satisfaction she needs to feel. Her face doesn't allow her to show any of it. Not a smile, not a twinkle in her eyes, not even a glimpse. She sits upright and bends over her desk a little, her smile disappearing. "EVA, I heard what happened," she says. "Your father told me about it. I'm sorry about what you had to go through." Eva can still feel her chin burning from the smack she made when she tripped over. Her heart speeds up each time she thinks back. "It made me reconsider becoming a stormtrooper," Ava stammers. "I saw the most elite soldiers die like flies. I think I underestimated the risks I could face." Liu nods. "I know it's hard for you to realize that, but I think it's good you're reconsidering it." Eva nods. Maybe it isn't so glorious after all. Almost a thin smile forms on Liu's face. It's exactly what she wanted EVA to realize all the time, albeit having faced the truth in the worst way imaginable. "I don't want to sound negative, but the military wants to draw in as much Oz people as possible," says Liu. "Making their organization look shiny through their conscription calls is how they do it. They want to hit that sensitive nerve to get you hooked." It takes practice to resist it. Eva nods, makes her remember what her father told her, that she has to look further into what the Empire does, and that its decisions should be judged. Perhaps she should do the same with the military. How do you feel? Lou asks. Eva makes eye contact and sighs. I'm not sure. I can't make the decision. Should I go for it or not? I feel like I'm thrown from side to side. I still want to serve, but I also feel like it's not exactly what they tell me it is, you know. Lou nods. Serving is brave, but you do it on their terms. They don't show all of it. I think it's good to drop it, but at the end of the day, it's your decision. Give it a day or two. I think you just need some time to process it. Eva nods, and she takes her advice. Maybe it's too short a time to already make a decision. EVA, if you need something from me, you can contact me anytime. Eva nods. She thinks back to Karen. He saved her from the spy's claws, but it cost him nearly his life. EVA has to know how he's doing. That can at least give her some peace to lay down her path again. Lou, I need you to check something, Eva asks. It's someone who was hospitalized yesterday. Can you check where he's at? Lou tilts her head. Who? Karen, Eva responds. I'm not sure if I can do that. Why not? Eva asks. Doesn't your civil service account give you access to the hospital registration system? Lou looks down with consideration, puzzling out what to do. Long before the Empire was established, the government of Volunt 6 laid down a system that granted civil servants access to basic information. Normal civilians have no access to this system. Only civil servants with an account have, and one of the subsystems it's connected to is the hospital registration system. Hospitalized patients can be found easily through the system of the government. Only the name and status of health are visible. More sensitive information, such as chain codes and the location of the hospital, are locked away. Other, more crucial governmental systems are not accessible as well. Garbage disposal systems, migration procedures, and things alike are unavailable to find through civil servants' accounts, preventing espionage that can threaten the Empire. It's a Volunt 6 exclusive system. No other world has to give families of the dead and the wounded information quicker than any other method. Lou lets out a sigh. Karen is a militant. I can only find the most basic information of civilian hospitals. And it's good to give your mind the space it needs. It's better for you to leave it all aside and move forward. Eva's lungs shudder, and she presses her lips together. Come on. Lou, it's the only thing I need from you. Eva's voice cracks. Please, maybe he's hospitalized at a civilian hospital. Her worries about Karen's well-being just gnaw at her too much. Too much for Eva to leave it. Lou sighs and shoves the keyboard closer to herself. All right, I can give it a try. Lou asks, looking at EVA. Lou starts tapping on the keyboard without pause. The clacks echo faintly through the classroom as Evie waits. Meanwhile, she notices something. Apparently, Lou doesn't seem to be worried about him. Eva thought she would. Kieran was an old colleague of hers. He was one of the basic language teachers who taught the students spelling and grammar. She thought Lou would show a bit of worry or sympathy for Kieran, but on the surface level, she doesn't show any emotion. On the other side, there's a reason why Lou might not seem to be worried. Kieran was, like all the others, a loyal supporter of the Empire. He enlisted himself, trained at the academy, and joined the Stormtrooper Corps. Lou's the opposite. Though she isn't a rebel in the slightest, she isn't fond of the conscription program and the military as a whole due to the risks it carries. Having to look up the information about a combatant might not make her worried, even if it's someone she knows as a former colleague. She might have already expected his near-fatal injury. You're right. He is at a civilian hospital, says Lou. Kieran Etad. Hospitalized, non-critical condition. That's all the hospital system can provide me. She looks up at her, and Evie stares back. Non-critical. Okay. She now knows she doesn't need to feel worried. Eva can put her thoughts aside. She lets out a sigh of relief, and EVA thanks Lou for helping out. She sweeps her school bag on her back and walks out of the classroom. Now she knows Kieran will return to report for duty. Stepping out of the classroom with her school bag on her back, Ava finds Oliva waiting in the corridor. Got things worked out? Oliva asks, walking with her through the corridor. Yeah, Eva nods. They pass the reception desk. There's a holder filled with pamphlets. Oliva grasps one and hands it to EVA. She grasps it and her eyes land on the screaming letters. We're looking for new teachers. Evie reads out loud, sarcastically. Are you passionate about inspiring young minds? Catch your opportunity and apply here. Oliva chuckles at her taunting tone. You're looking for new paths, right? Eva hums. But do you really see me as a teacher? Honestly not, but hey, I'm helping you, Oliva replies. Maybe you're interested? Eva sweeps her bag from her back, zips it open, and puts the pamphlet in it. Well, I guess it's a fine addition to my collection. I got some other pamphlets, too. Senior has some nice offers. BlasTech has a good wage, as far as I know about wages. The fire brigade seems interesting. But, Eva sighs. But they're not the same. Oliva nods as they step out of the building and onto the yard. Well, maybe Capitol Police is something for you, Oliva responds. Same kind of adrenaline rush, and you can bust down doors of smugglers. I'm not sure, Eva responds. Hey, you'll have to think about it, Oliva snaps. You gotta fire the blaster and bust down a door one day. I'll help you with finding the right job. Eva smiles a little. Okay. You want to walk with me through the city? Oliva hums. Yeah, sure. I have to tell CK about it first, though. He's picking me up from Overbrook. Eva nods and lets her friend lead the way. The two walk through the street as a light breeze whistles a little. Then, amidst the whistles of the wind, Eva hears something. It's too faint to be recognized, but it's some sort of alarm. It's quiet and far away, blocked by the city blocks. It could be a loaf cat sitting on the hood of a speeder and triggering its alarm, so Eva walks on. However, it grows louder and louder, and as it changes in pitch, Evie instantly recognizes it. Her heart plummets in her chest as she stops in her tracks. Other people walking past her stop too, shocked at what they're hearing. It's not a speeder alarm, but the A-raid siren. Oliva gasps as the realization hits her. That's the air siren. The people around her start picking up their pace, and Eva feels Oliva grasping her hand and pulling her away. We have to get to CK. Oliva's voice shivers. Eva starts running behind her friend through the street. A nearby warning tower starts blaring too and screeches through the air. It's a bone-piercing wail aching in Eva's ears. Eva and Oliva run past other people, hurrying to a nearby shelter, some with sobbing children who cover their ears. Running towards a child, Eva makes eye contact with one of them. The tears drop from the boy's eyes, and his parents pull him through a door. The panic that fills the boy's pale face makes Eva finally grasp reality. Something seriously dangerous is going on, and Eva starts fearing for the worst. She enters the sidewalk of Overbrook Road. All of its lanes are clogged with speeders, abandoned by their occupants who bailed out and ran to nearby buildings. Nothing on the road is moving. It's one big block of speeders, some with their engines still running. Running over the sidewalk behind her friend, Eva's eyes land on a turbo cannon on top of a corner building, an insurance office, and the turret is slowly rotating and raising its barrel into the sky. See, Aliva shouts, "Get the engine running." Amidst the empty speeders is the bulky speeder truck of Aliva sitting in the parking lot. The droid steps into the cabin. Eva climbs speeder and gets into the cabin, sitting cramped on the seat. It's tight since the cabin only seats two. Eva sweeps her backpack onto her lap to make more space for Aliva to sit in the middle. On the far left sits the droid, powering up the engine. Eva gazes out of the viewport and her eyes land on the turbo cannon. It has finished moving into position, and Eva sees it standing by for something that's coming. She doesn't know what. The speeder blasts off, and the droid makes a sharp U-turn onto the road and evades the abandoned speeders. The turbo cannon disappears out of view, and they drive off. Aliva shakes, and her hands tremble with panic as Eva glances at her. A deafening blast shakes the speeder. Eva startles, and her ears ache. She looks at the side mirror hanging out of the cabin, and Eva sees the turbo cannon in the reflection. It's firing into the sky, into oblivion, but her sight is blocked by the buildings surrounding Overbrook Road. She's clueless about what's going on. "Eva!" Aliva cries. She pulls Eva out of her focus, and she turns her head to her. "What?" "We go to my house," she says, her voice trembling. "Yeah," Eva responds. Then another blast shakes the ground. The speeder trembles as the surrounding buildings are briefly flooded in an orange hue, and Eva looks in the mirror. The turbo cannon, now 2 city blocks away from her, is engulfed in flames. A large fireball rises, and the turret falls out of the sky. It crashes onto the road with fire flooding it. Metal parts crash onto the tarmac, and a tall, blazing flame spews out of the cannon base. It's an awful screech. The ammunition storage blew up, blasting the turret on top of it into the sky. Then an X-wing shrieks through the sky. Eva's heart plummets in her chest as she tracks it with her eyes in the mirror. The X-wing accelerates, shrieks over the speeder, and vanishes out of sight. Those X-wings are not just X-wings. She knows them because only rebels use them. This is a rebel A-raid, and Eva's heart starts aching in her chest. It's them, the rebels. Eva's voice shakes, looking at Aliva. "They're attacking us." Aliva gasps with panic in her watery eyes. "Go faster." CK3 nods and pushes the accelerator throttle. Eva is pushed into her seat. Meanwhile, the wailing A-raid sirens are flooded by the shrieks of X-wings and TIE fighters and the screeches of firing turbo cannons all over the city. She gazes out of the window, seeing the TIE fighters shriek through the air and fighting the rebels in the sky. Eva's eyes then fall upon a tower in the far distance. It's an office building at Trustfall Center, forming with other towers in the vicinity, the skyline of the capital. Its highest floors are covered in flames. Eva comes to a horrifying realization. The Rebel Alliance isn't just attacking. Aliva, Ava's voice shivers. They're bombing the city. We have to get out of the capital. Why out of the city? Aliva asks. Their target is the city, not the farmlands. But our apartment is on ground level and is surrounded by high-rise. They won't be hit. Aliva! One hit of a Y-wing or a crashing X-wing can tear apart the gas pipes and make the building collapse in fire. Outside the capital, we're safer. There's nothing for them to attack there. Go to my home. Aliva lets out a shivering sigh, but she knows it's the best thing they can do. Aliva nods. Fine. Eva bends herself a little over Oliva's lap towards the droid. See, go to Plainfields 87. CK3 nods and turns the wheel. The speeder enters the highway and speeds towards her home. It's desolate with some abandoned speeders here and there, with their occupants looking at the air battle above them. She has no idea what the Rebel X-Wing's attacking exactly, but she knows that the anti-aircraft installations are one of their targets. It's logical to destroy them and weaken the Imperial defense forces on the ground. They exit the highway and drive the road, tailing another speeder ahead of them. It's in the middle of the grain fields, and EVA recognizes it as the road she drives over with the bus from and towards school. They're close to home. Oliva then taps her on the shoulder. EVA, look. She points out and EVA sees what it is. Far away, a large cloud of black smoke is rising from the ground, far behind the grain fields. Eva realizes it's coming from the direction of her home, and she knows that her mother is there.
Elena came back early from school, only having half a day to attend. She's at home too, and Eva starts imagining her home engulfed in flames with Mom and Elena nowhere to be found. Her hands tremble as she imagines the nightmare. Suddenly, the speeder ahead of them is T-boned by another speeder entering the intersection from the right. Eva's heart skips a beat as the speeder flies off the road. CK3 steps on the brakes, and Eva's pushed towards the dashboard. The repulsor lifts screech as they slow down the speeder. With widened pupils, Oliva shifts her head to Eva. It's fine, Eva snaps. I'll run the last part. Eva swings open the cabin door and jumps out, sweeping her school bag onto her back and running over the asphalt. Eva steps onto the dirt and runs through the fields. Her lungs ache as the walls of her home finally come into view. The walls still stand upright and the windows haven't been blown off by a bomb. Her imagination was wrong, and Eva lets out a big sigh of relief. She runs up the wooden porch and pounds on the door. Mom. She shouts, but the door isn't opening. She shouts again, but still no answer. She pounds again, and her hands start burning, but still no reply. Eva is clueless about what is going on inside. Maybe they're actually not home. Are they at the supermarket doing the groceries together? Does Elena have a talk with Mom and her school direction? Where the hell are they? Suddenly, her surroundings flood with darkness. The sun is shining no more, and the sudden darkness draws Eva's eyes to the large smoke cloud. It's nearby and has grown so large that it's drawing an immense shadow over the surface. For a brief moment, intrigue starts taking her over. How is the smoke so criffin' huge that it even blocks out the sun? Eva steps off the porch and starts running in the direction of where the smoke cloud is rising from. She runs over a narrow trail that runs through the grain fields. Eva can see a couple of starfighters being chased by TIEs in the far distance, and she can hear their engines shrieking. She tracks the starfighters with her eyes. Eva notices one starfighter diving from the air towards the ground and dropping a bright, red dot. The starfighter quickly takes off and climbs rapidly into the air. Blast it. They're bombing something. No doubts. That bright dot must have been a proton bomb. Eva stops at a metal fence that borders the grain fields. Further away, she sees fences and watchtowers cutting through the grass. Behind those, there is a large facility where the smoke is coming from. V-wings swarm the sky and dive bomb it, unleashing their payload onto the facility. Then she recognizes it. The circular water tanks, the square, white buildings, the large parking lot, is BlasTech Site B. Her heart skips a beat as the realization hits her. Today is a work day. Her father is still there, and now, the building is bombed by the Rebel Alliance. She starts to imagine her father hiding in the storage room while the floor shakes. Seeing it all bombed to oblivion makes her hands tremble. Panic floods her as another B-wing makes the dive, pulls out its air brakes, and unleashes a proton bomb. The bomb vanishes in the smoke cloud. Dad, Criffin Dad, is still there. Then, she hears her name being called. It pulls her out of her thoughts and Evie turns around. Near the porch, Evie sees Mom waving at her in the distance. Her heart leaps with relief. Evie runs back over the trail towards her. Mom. She shouts. Come here, Evie. Her mom shouts, her voice echoing. Almost a smile forms on her face, happy to see her mother well and alive. Her nerves start cooling down. She wants to crash into her mother's arms with relief. She then hears a loud screech behind her and quickly disappears. Eva glances over her shoulder, and her eyes land on a B-wing flying in her direction. The TIE fighter chases it as they zigzag through the sky. The TIE hits one of the wings and the B-wing goes down. It's coming towards her and Eva sees the B-wing is engulfed in flames. It's coming for her and it grows closer. If she doesn't run quicker, it will get her and Eva's heart skips a beat as she realizes it. Eva tries to run as fast as she can, but her muscles burn with agony and her lungs ache. Eva looks over her shoulder again, and the B-wing comes closer, the flames starting to engulf the roaring engines at the back. The B-wing crashes into the grainfield behind her, making a screeching blast. The B-wing comes off the ground, goes airborne, hits the ground again, and races towards her. Its wings are torn apart as it rolls over its axis, crushing everything in its path. Eva realizes she won't make it to safety. Her home is too far away and her legs can't keep up anymore. The flaming wreckage would crush her within a nanosecond. Nothing of her would be left to recover, and Eva realizes she has to go off trail. She has to get out of its path of destruction. Eva runs off the trail and races through the grain. She sees the B-wing's fin rolling towards her fast. Eva jumps, and the B-wing barely misses her. She can feel the air whirling behind her, pushing her onto the ground. She impacts the dirt and Eva stands up. To Eva's horror, the B-wing still hasn't stopped and is going straight towards her home. She sees her mother running into the house and shouting Aylin's name. But before Eva can blink, the B-wing crashes into her home. It charges through the walls, and they break in an instant. The wreckage takes down all of its walls. They snap like branches, the roof collapses, and the B-wing breaks through the last wall. The entire home comes down and turns into a mountain of debris. Eva's heart plummets in her chest as she stares at a place she once called home. Nailed to the ground, Eva manages to feel one bit of adrenaline rushing through her veins. Her mind rushes to the only thought she has. Mom. Aylina. No. The tears slowly start to form as Eva runs out of the field. She comes closer to the pile of debris. Her legs ache like fire, and her feet can barely hold her. Eva climbs and stumbles over the concrete pieces, roof tiles, and steel rods sticking out. Her eyes dart around, desperately looking for Mom and Aylina. Mom. Eva cries. She stands on the top of the pile, but all she can hear is the creaking debris below her feet. Aylina. No word of Mom or Aylina. Not even a peep. With her heart racing in her chest, Eva starts strolling around. She pushes pieces of concrete away, trying to find gaps between the debris. Eva finds the frame of her bed and pushes it off the pile. And then, she finds something. She found them. Chapter 9. Lost Innocence. I'll let you alone. The coroner walks out of the room, and everything goes quiet. Eva stands silently in the middle of the coroner's room, staring at trolleys with 2 white body bags. Eva opens her hand and holds the 2 wedding necklaces of her parents. They are covered in thin dust. Even when she's holding them, she can't believe they are gone. The B-wing that crashed down caught Mom. Eva found her body above that of Aylina. Dad is a mystery. All that the coroner has told her is that his body was found at BlasTech. Even with their body bags in front of her, she still can't believe that they are gone. It's as if everything is a dream, as if this day never happened. Miss Eva. She glances over her shoulder. You can visit her now. Walking behind him, Eva follows the doctor through the sterile corridors to another hospital wing. It feels cold and barren. Nurses slowly start to emerge from doors to aid the wounded, rushing from room to room, wing to wing. Even when she bumps into one as they rush past her, Eva feels nothing. Her eyes are focused on the floor as she follows him into a quiet room. The sunlight entering through the windows breaks her endless stare at the floor, and she sees Aylina in a hospital bed. She's covered with a blanket. Her right leg is hung up and her left arm are both covered in thick bandages. An oxygen mask is strapped on her mouth with a pair of tubes is going into her nostrils, and her eyes are shut. Miss Eva, Your sister has sustained quite a lot, but we expect her to make a full recovery, he assures her, but Eva can hear the doubt in his voice. The doctor walks out of the room, and he leaves her behind. His footsteps subside as Eva slowly approaches her sister, with her eyes locked on her. The room is dead silent. All she can hear is the beeping of the heart rate monitor and Aileen's faint wheezes through her oxygen mask. Eva sits down on a chair and leans with her elbows on the bed's cold railing. Seeing Aileen's pale hand, Eva reaches out and grasps it. Aileen's hand feels ice cold. Eva then carefully placed her head onto the blanket on Aileen's uninjured leg. She tries to feel the warmth Ailina always gave her when she was present, but now it feels stone cold. Tears start forming in her eyes. Aileen's inner warmth she always radiated is gone, and Eva bursts into tears. Her lungs shudder with agony as she cries as loud as she can. Feeling nothing but ice, Eva keeps her head on Aileen's leg as her tears roll over her cheeks. She knew they were a danger, but Eva never thought the rebels would get this close to her. In a second she asked Oliva to help her clear the confusion, and the next she has lost almost everything. Now that the dust has settled, she can feel her entire body aching in agony. Then, she feels a warm hand on her shoulder. Eva, she hears. Eva glances next to her and sees Oliva standing next to her in a tailor jacket with the Imperial insignia shimmering on her chest. Oliva shoves a chair towards her and sits down. I'm sorry. Oliva stammers. Eva doesn't answer as she stares at Oliva, and then shifts her eyes to the blanket, not feeling like she should respond. Oliva swallows. How is she? Eva sighs, and looks at Ailina. Her sister's chest expands a little as she breathes through her oxygen mask. Eva can hear her breathing through the mask, sounding calm, but frail and desperate. Broken leg, ribs, fractured arm, concussion, head wounds, and respiratory problems, her voice nearly above a whisper. Oliva nods slowly. Will she recover? Eva stays quiet for a bit. Not knowing what Aileen's fate will be feels like a heavy weight on her chest. She has no idea whether she'll be okay. Even the doctor sounded hesitant, and it sends a shiver down her spine. I don't know, Eva responds.
Oliva nods.
It's a miracle she survived. Eva's eyes are locked on Aileen's shut eyelids. Her eyebrows are still full of dust from the ceiling that collapsed onto her. Eva can't imagine what Ailina saw in the last moments before her body shut down, but it must have felt like pure hell. She only saw Ailina after she dug her little sister out of the debris. She could have been dead, Eva sobs. I lost Mom, Dad, home, and almost her. Eva lifts her head up, her cheeks cold from Aileen's stone-cold skin. Oliva, I don't know what to do. Oliva shifts her head back and swallows heavily. How much in rubble is your home?
Eva lets out a sigh.
Her home was where she lived since birth. Now, it's erased from the world, completely flattened by the B-wing that charged through it. A history that was rich to her is now gone, and Eva feels the tears dwell in her eyes, seeing the B-wing crash happening again in front of her eyes. My home, Eva stutters, is gone. It's nothing but rubble now. So you have nowhere to sleep? Oliva stammers. I'm so sorry. Eva gasps and looks into oblivion. I have no parents, no home, no place to stay. I'd have to go to the orphanage, and Eva starts imagining the crowded alleys of one of Vaughn Capital's orphanages. She is probably by far not the only one who lost their parents. Imagining the crowded rooms makes her feel claustrophobic to join the orphanage, and she feels a shiver down her spine. I'd have to go to the orphanage, Eva stammers, but I don't want to. Oliva swallows. You could stay with us. Eva looks at Oliva. With me and Lou. We have enough room, we can set up an extra bed for you. Amidst the turmoil, Eva feels a little uplift of happiness, but as she shifts her head back to Ailina, she rather refrains from going with her friend. Seeing Aileen's shut eyes, Eva rather stays with her little sister. She can feel the tears welling up. I can't leave her behind. No, I just can't. I'd rather stay with her, Eva's voice stammers.
Oliva nods.
I understand you want to stay with her, but you can't stay here forever until she wakes up. Oliva, I have to stay with my sister, Eva stutters. I can't leave her alone. You're not the only one here, replies Oliva. There are others here who need a bed to sleep in overnight more than you. There are others here who need a bed to sleep overnight and more than you. A city was attacked, and many people have been wounded. Oliva's right. I can't stay here. Eva slides the chair back, but before she turns around, she looks at her parents' wedding necklaces. She can't leave Elena behind with nothing in a strange hospital. So, Eva puts Mom's wedding necklace in her sister's hand. And with pain in her heart, Eva leaves Elena behind. We'll just move this out of the way and get that cleared up. Lou moves a drawer out of Oliva's bedroom, and in an instant, they set up an extra bed for Eva to sleep in for the unforeseen future. If you need anything, Eva, you can ask me or Oliva, says Lou, tidy in her bed.
Eva nods.
Despite the hospitality, she is still left with an incurable mix of sadness and fear. That night, Eva tries to sleep, but she can't. Whenever she closes her eyes, she sees her parents. Dad in the BlasTech facility, holding her hand as she followed him, Mom getting her prepped for school each day, and Elena keeping her up and running. She tries to clear her mind, but whatever she does, she keeps thinking about them. In the bathroom, she takes a sip from a cup of cold tap water. Maybe that will make her sleep better. She looks out of the window, and she sees something. She shoves away the curtains that cover it, and it gives her a view of the street. On a wall on the other side, she sees a red pamphlet. On it is the white symbol of the Empire with below some words she can't read. The Rebel Alliance killed Mom and Dad and put Elena into a coma. I can't let them go away with it. It's not what Mom and Dad wanted, but I have to do it. The next morning, Eva stares at her breakfast plate. Her eyelids feel heavy as she can barely hold them up. With shivering hands, Eva slices her piece of bread as Oliva watches the state of confusion she's in.
How do you feel?
Oliva asks softly. Eva shrugs. Her words barely reach her. She hears the muffled footsteps of Lou walking closer, with the can of pink Pokester milk. Mom, Eva calls out. Eva's shoulders slump, and she sighs. Lou looks at her with soft eyes. Lou, can I have some milk, please?
Eva asks. Lou leans over her plate and pours in her cup. The pink milk whirls around like a whirlpool as Eva stares at it. Sinking deep into her thoughts, Eva can still feel the shudders the ground made when the B-wing crashed. The coldness of Elena makes her shiver. As she takes a sip, her eyes land on the vid screen in the living room ahead of her. The flashes in her mind merge with the images on the screen. She sees hound sniffers and rescue workers stumbling over the debris in the middle of the Capitol. The faint remains of a turbo cannon lie all over the place. Looking at the vid screen, Eva feels a push in her back. She can hear a whisper in her ears, pushing her to the decision she made yesterday night. She wants to tell Lou and Oliva about it, but she doesn't know how. Mom and Dad didn't love the idea, and when she discussed it, it became heated. How many have died? Eva whispers. Oliva looks up from her plate. 200 or so. Evie presses her lips. Why? Why did so many die? Oliva shrugs. We can't do much, I guess. What do you mean? Eva whispers. It's war, Oliva responds. Civilian casualties are always part of it. Isn't that bad? Eva snaps, her eyes starting to narrow. Which side of a war doesn't do it? Lou asks, joining in. We're all doing bad things when we're at war. I'm not sure, Eva sighs. They bombed our city. The rebels always claim to be on the side of the civilians. Bombing them isn't what I'd call being on our side. What do you want to do about it? Oliva asks. These things are so much bigger than we can influence. Maybe I'm not able to end the war, Eva responds, but I can play a part. Oliva presses her lips. She can almost see what Eva is up to. What are you going to do? I'm going to join the military, Eva responds. I'm becoming a stormtrooper. Lou almost chokes on her drink. What? Yeah, Eva replies. I want to join them. I want to do it. Lou looks at her with worried eyes. Eva, please don't make that decision. Why not? Eva snaps. They got Mom and Dad and almost Elena. Remember what I told you about my father? Lou asks. They had to face the enemy directly, Evie remembers, and they started to siege the city. But before they came even close to the city border, the division was slaughtered by separatist forces and mowed down until the soldiers had no limbs anymore. My father barely survived, leaving him the only survivor of the siege as his entire division was obliterated within days. Coming back, he was a changed man, afraid of everything. She genuinely forgot about it until now. When Lou told her that, it remained in her mind for all the wrong reasons. Then, it started to be believable after BlasTech, and the moment Dad told her about the hidden stuff and propaganda. Now, it's completely different. Now, she has lost almost everything when she had no power to change the course of events. Lou, you can suffocate on that story. Lou, I can't let them go, Eva responds. They did horrible things. Eva, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, Lou argues. I'm serious. I know it's horrible, but what the military does is just as horrible. I don't care. I've made my decision. I'm going to enlist myself today. Evie, you're so naive. Please, listen to me. Don't enlist. It's seriously bad for you. It's worse to let the Rebel Alliance do this. I've decided I'll be joining the military. With that, Evie slides her chair back and storms to her bedroom. If Lou doesn't let me, I'll let myself do it. I know better than her. I have to fight for them. Eva takes on her school uniform, the only clothing she still possesses. The rest lie below the rubble. Putting it on, it makes her feel more determined to push through. She grabs Dad's necklace and looks at it for a second. This is for you, Mom. Dad, Elena, she whispers, and she puts it around her throat, grabs her school bag, and walks out of the room. As she's about to leave the home, Lou steps before her and blocks the front door. Her eyes are flooding with concern. Eva, please reconsider it, says Lou. Lou, I know your advice is genuine, but I've decided, says Eva. I want to do this. Lou sighs. Then she puts her hand on Eva's shoulder. Then please remember this, says Lou. Don't lose yourself. Remain yourself and remain a human. Losing yourself is easy to do. Accept my terms, please. Eva nods and shakes her hand, accepting Lou's terms. Now, with a clear path ahead of her, Evie steps onto the street. The breeze crashes into her face, and she can smell the foul stench of dust and smoke. Eva. She turns around and sees Oliva running out of her home towards her. Eva, I get what you're doing, Oliva stammers. I understand it. I wouldn't do it myself, but I understand why you would. Eva smiles a little. At least there's someone who understands her reason to fight. Please stay alive, says Oliva. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure I stay alive, says Eva with a smile. She entangles her arms around Oliva and hugs her tightly. Evie presses her heart into Oliva. She hopes she can come back and feel her soft hands again whenever fate allows her. As she walks through the street, Eva finds a red pamphlet with the Imperial symbol hanging on the window of a closed shop. Join the Imperial military now and fight for the galaxy's golden era. Enlist at Uxrau Avenue, 5555. Uxrau Avenue. That's a road-piercing trust fall center, the capital's financial district. It's the district that holds Volan's economic power. It's also where the conscription office is at. However, it might be closed due to the rebel attack of yesterday, but visiting it is still worth a try. Eva finds her way to Uxrau Avenue. 5555 is a large tower, largely undamaged from the attack. Eva looks through the glass, and as she expected, the conscription office is empty. There, she sees some crates in the waiting room and at the end some booths for conscription, but that's it. Seems like people have been here. Maybe the door is open. Evie pushes the door open and enters the office. The silent atmosphere feels as quiet as the coroner's room. Evie approaches an empty booth at the end. At the back of the booth is a doorway that gives Evie a clear view of the administrative room behind the booths, and is empty too. "Hello?" asks Evie. After a few seconds, she hears footsteps growing louder until an army officer walks into the booth. Eva sees the officer is wearing a rank plaque of lieutenant. "Good morning, kid," greets the officer. "Hi," Eva stammers. Though he sounds friendly, she gets a bit nervous. It's still an officer. "I want to enlist myself," she adds. The officer sighs. The conscription office is closed. Until stability has been reestablished, we're closed. My apologies. "When can I enlist?" Eva asks. "I don't know," he responds. "Besides, I need permission from your parents." Eva swallows. It is too painful to respond. The officer then realizes the ordeal, and he shifts his feet with unease. "I'm sorry for your loss. My condolences." Eva nods. "I still want to enlist myself." "When can I?" "Again, we're closed," he says. "As long as the governor needs our help to reinstate the stability, we won't enlist." Evie slowly starts to lose her patience, and her hands start trembling. That could take weeks. "Can't you just get me on the list?" "Did you hear me, kid?" "We're closed. My parents are dead. I'm not going away until you're open." "I can't wait." "Kid, I think it is better for you to go to the Orpha." "No. All I'm here for is the conscription," she cries, her eyes starting to water. "I'll set up a camp here if I have to." The officer sighs. He clenches his teeth and tilts the computer screen towards him. "All right, kid, I'll see what I can do, but if I can't do anything for you, it stops, okay?" "Yes, sir," answers EVA. His computer starts whirring, and the screen lights up his face. "Full name?" he asks, looking at her. "Eva Young." The officer starts clacking on the keyboard. "Finally, I'm being heard." "All right, you're on the list," he says, looking up from his screen. "Take a seat in the waiting room. I'll get to you when I have information." Eva nods. She lies on the couch in the waiting room as the hours pass. "I don't care how long I have to wait or where to sleep. I'm not going away until I'm enlisted." Chapter 10. Imperial High Command. Imperial Center. 0 years before the Battle of Yavin. Night Force has just finished his outlining. It is clear what it requires and how his gears have to work. All that rests now is permission from the top of the military, the Imperial High Command at the Imperial Center. They oversee everything. If Kerbley wants to get Night Force off the ground, they have to get the approval of High Command to get started. With slightly sweaty hand palms, Kerbley sits in a large conference room deep within the headquarters of High Command. With his eyes, he tracks a well-dressed officer pacing around the white circular conference table. It is Malix Strindberg, Supreme Commander. His rank holds most of the power over the entire Imperial Armed Forces. For years on end, the Empire has been greatly underestimating the threat of the Rebel Alliance. Kerbley swallows. Just being here makes his nerves already burn with nervousness. He can see all the other generals, admirals, and colonels in the corner of his eyes, all looking down at him, simply for being a casual civilian. He can feel their eyes burning on his skin. The Galactic Empire has neglected its duty, which is neutralizing all and any danger to its authority and order, whether it be smugglers or insurgents, says Strindberg, and it failed to point out the HUD in the room. Strindberg puts his hand on the empty chair at the end of the table. He looks at Kirby's father sitting next to him. Admiral Forrest, the Empire has a war to catch up. Since the Death Star, we have been mobilizing all the armed forces for a full-scale galactic war. We need all hands on deck. Admiral, are your forces ready for mobilization? His father nods. Yes, Supreme Commander. The Eagle Claw fleet has always been standing by for new development. That is why my concerns about the proposal of your project, the Night Force Recruitment Program, Strindberg responds. He looks down at his datapad on the table. Though I do not question your capabilities and the skilled workers behind it, this project obstructs the Eagle Claw's complete share in the war effort. I understand your concerns, Supreme Commander, his father replies. However, I am convinced that the Night Force project will benefit the Empire greatly in fighting the Alliance. Kirby bends forward. Supreme Commander, he comes in between. The benefits we are talking about are better adaptivity, agility, infiltration, higher skills in technology, heightened perception, and great observation skills. He feels his throat clogging up with pain. Having to say that teenager are better military tools than adult troopers hurts him. It just doesn't seem right. And we believe that cadets with more combat experience become better soldiers in their adulthood. Skill-wise, being stormtroopers at the age of 14 will make them the elite death troopers in their adulthood. Doctor, I do not doubt its potential, Strindberg responds. The better skills of teenage soldiers are indeed very beneficial, and you have my full trust in your research and expertise. I've gone through your resume, and it is spotless. However, the military is not just a testing ground. Our power is our shield and blade. The Night Force project would hinder the mobilization of the Eagle Claw fleet. To combat the Alliance scum, we need all the forces we can gather for this war. The Rebel Alliance seems like a pest, but it is hard to eradicate. Kirby inhales sharply through his nose quietly. He can sense where this is going, and he can feel the disappointment. Admiral Forrest, Doctor, says Strindberg. I suggest handing Night Force to the Imperial Department of Military Research, while the Eagle Claw fleet stands by for new orders. Kirby swallows. The Imperial Department of Military Research is the agency responsible for developing terrifying weapons and machines. They oversaw the development of highly advanced, emerging technology for the Imperial military, including the Death Star. Though they are highly skilled, Kirby feels the urge to shake his head and shout no. The IDMR has a vast array of information about computers, ion engines, kyber crystals, and such, but he is certain that they know nothing about properly treating soldiers, especially teenagers. Developing Night Force as such a department is no option. It has no future there at all. Kirby looks at his father, wanting to tell him that it is a bad idea. A horrible one, even. His father looks back at him, and Kirby sees he is thinking the same. Supreme Commander, says his father, may I propose a solution? Go ahead, Admiral Strindberg responds. The Eagle Claw fleet will be split up, his father proposes. Half will serve for the mobilization, and the other will serve for the development of the Night Force project. In that way, the developing half of the fleet would lack the resources and manpower to work out the Night Force project. It would be a logistic nightmare, don't you think? Asks Strindberg. Setting up a whole new academy would require too much from just 2 ships, something the Army alone can do at half the cost and half the effort. Correct, Supreme Commander, Father responds. However, we shall strike a deal with the Army and develop Night Force with them. In the corner of his eyes, Kirby sees an unfamiliar officer abruptly look at his father. The alliance between us and the Army would enable us to get Night Force off the ground and benefit the Imperial war effort, Father continues. This way, we would be able to partake in the Empire's military moves and develop the project. Strindberg presses his lips. Kirby can see the calculations in his mind through his eyes, until he shifts to the unfamiliar officer. General Veers, he says, the Army falls under your command. Your thoughts on this matter, please. The officer nods. Supreme Commander, we have been outphasing our conventional ground army on various worlds with stormtrooper garrisons. More recruits would aid us in the outphasing program. However, I'm afraid we cannot give support to such an expensive project, such as the Night Force recruitment program. We would have to redirect necessary resources and funding to the Navy, resources we direly need for mobilizing and reinforcing the Army. Note that we have a shortage of equipment. Kirby swallows a clog in his throat. The shining future of Night Force slowly fades away before his eyes. General Veers, says Strindberg. How severe is the shortage of equipment? Significant, Veers replies. We have lost a significant amount of resources during the 3 Kashaya campaigns and are currently filling the gaps and losses. The 3 Kashaya campaigns were a lead-up to the Wookiee uprising after a decade of Imperial authority. War reporters on the HoloNet described it as one of the bloodiest campaigns in the Army's history, losing thousands and thousands of men. The Army managed to get Kashaya back under Imperial authority by using any means necessary. The footage he saw on the HoloNet was grim. We estimate our lost forces to be replaced by the end of next year, Veers continues. Currently, we cannot afford our current resources to be redirected to the Navy, which, let me remind you, has 0 losses during all 3 Kashaya campaigns. He ends with a sour tone of hostility in his voice. It sounds as if Veers is disgusted by the Navy's non-existent role in the campaign. There seems to be a heated and thin relationship between the Empire's ground army and the Navy. Apparently, the Army took all the losses while the Navy stood back. It doesn't surprise him. Ever since the rise of the Empire, both branches of the military have had different views on the war effort. The Army is land-based, suffers the most casualties in wars, and receives an unfair share of the Empire's resources and funding. Army personnel are often looked down upon as well by naval officers. And the Army values amount since all of its firepower came through the size of its ground army. The Navy, on the other hand, stands back and watches as the Army suffers the losses. In comparison, the Navy remains largely unscathed, and while suffering the least losses, they get most of the Empire's funding, leaving little for the Army. The Army's needs are often prioritized in favor of the Navy's command. Though they serve for the common goal, they strike each other's approach. This thin rope Kirby and his father have between General Veers can break at any moment if they decide to walk upon it. Veers looks at the Supreme Commander. Striking a deal is not on the table as we speak. His father leans forward. General Veers, is there a way we could still come to an agreement? The Night Force project holds a lot of potential for both the Navy and the Army and all of our subsections and divisions. We would both be better off developing this project instead of holding onto this burning rope between us. Veers looks at his father, and Kirby can see his precise calculations shimmering in his stern eyes, idly and at last inhaling deeply through his nose. Admiral Forrest, we can come to an agreement, but only on our terms, the terms of the Imperial Army. Your terms? In an instant, Kirby knows those terms would not play in their favor. Not in the slightest. We manage Night Force's direct resources and decide how much is transferred to the Eagle Claw fleet, Veers continues. Our men of the Army get priority over the Night Force project and the Navy. We get the newest equipment first. The first equipment that Night Force will get is those we outphase from our ground troops. We decide what is going to Night Force and what not. The Army cannot afford to lose its integrity while we are preparing for an all-out war. What?
You've got to be kidding me. Kirby shakes his head as he looks at his father. He knew the Army's terms would not play in their favor in the slightest, but he didn't know they would be this bad. He understands that their own men get equipment and funding first. It is logical that Night Force would have to wait. However, the Army also wants all the high-quality equipment while Night Force gets the old stuff. This would unnecessarily hinder the project. Lower quality equipment means less accuracy, less safety, and more limits, which the Night Force project already has. This is not the way of going forward.
Dank Ferrick.
I have to talk about this. Kirby shifts to the Supreme Commander with his heart pounding in his chest. Supreme Commander, may I discuss this with my father in private? Strindberg nods and gestures with his hand to the door. Granted. Kirby and his father stand up and walk out of the conference room. He enters the adjacent corridor. The lighter atmosphere here opens up his lungs as Kirby leans back against the wall. This is not good. He lets out a sigh. I don't know what's between you and the Army exactly, but they're as crazy as the Hutts. They won't give us a say in what we get. They decide how little of the high-quality equipment goes to us. Do we have another choice? Father asks. The Supreme Commander is right. With the mass mobilization lurking, we will have less capacity to develop the project. Balancing our workload with the Army is the only option going forward. Being the only one doesn't mean it's a good one, Kirby responds. His father gazes away and sighs with impatience. Son, we are preparing for an all-out war. Once it starts, the Rebel Alliance will feel more threatened than they already are. Their throats are pinched, making them suffocate on their own breath. They'll become desperate to get out of it. I know it is not a good option, but it is the best we have, and from here, we have to go onward with what we have. We have already passed the point of return. Father, when did we reach that point?
He asks.
Everything. The entire war effort doesn't rely on us two and the Night Force project. We can still abandon it and keep the Eagle Claw fleet together, split our ways, and stay convinced that it is what it is, a futureless idea. No, Father snaps, stepping towards him. There is no way we can return. We have been in this no-return situation ever since the Death Star explosion. Since then, we have been spiraling uncontrollably downwards to a full-scale galactic war. Chaos and destruction will be like no other. The future is what we build with the little stones we have. We dig a little hole and put a pebble in it. It is not much, but the rest of the path is built upon it. Our effort lays the path to victory. Kirby sighs and casts his eyes downward to the shining floor. The fear of the Rebel Alliance standing on his doorstep to question his activity with Imperial military developments and his father still remain, lurking in the deep corners of his mind. Its roots have grown slowly, spreading his fear everywhere. Now that the Empire is moving all of his forces means his father will be involved directly with the mobilization. He'll be more vulnerable to Rebel attack. And it is not only the life of him and his father that is worrying him. Kirby starts imagining thousands of civilians saved by Night Force recruits, more skilled than any other warrior the Empire has. Many people would be saved by putting a few in danger. That would mean the Galactic Civil War would end with far better results for the Empire. The Empire is not just his soldiers, it is his people too, like him. No matter the terms, Night Force has to get off the ground. The everyday people of the Empire deserve better. Slowly, he nods knowing the deal has to be made. His father nods, drawing the conclusion. Good. I'll close the deal myself. Okay, Kirby responds, but one thing. I allow them to decide what goes to us, but at least I get to decide what we do with it. Once it is given, it is ours. It is the bit of authority that makes Kirby fully cross the line once it is granted. He knows he has to get every bit of authority he can get. His father nods, disappearing into the conference room and closing the deal with the Army. As Kirby's shuttle lifts off from the surface of the Imperial Center, he knows for certain that the future of Night Force has not been decided yet. The hardware they can get from the Army might throw the project in bad weather. One thing that he is certain about is that Night Force now has a trajectory. Soon, There will be squads of teenage soldiers raiding rebel hideouts, serving the Empire and its citizens. Even if the waters are murky, Kirby is determined to make it happen under his guidance. Not just for the Empire, but for the people. The Night Force project has started.
Chapter 11. The Squad. Mom? Eva's tears splashed on Mom's lifeless face. She squeezed her body against her chest, staring at her bleak, dilated pupils. Mom's blood seeped out of her wounds, sticking to Eva's hands. Mom's dead eyes struck Evie with shock as her stomach turned with agony. "Mom," she whispered in her ears. "Please, wake up." "Ms. Young?" A voice pulls her out of her sleep. With cold sweat all over her body, Eva opens her eyes to a group of officers. Some are exchanging intelligible words with the conscription officer, while one sits crouched next to her sofa with a friendly and open face. The gentle morning sun is shining into the conscription office, but the nightmare of last night makes the sunlight feel alien. Her eyes scan his tight uniform, and Eva notices he bears the insignia of an eagle's claw striking a blue pentagon on his chest. Who could this be? He does not seem to be an ordinary officer, not even one from the academy. "Good morning, mistress," he greets. "I am the recruitment officer from the Eagle Claw Fleet. How are you?" "Eagle Claw Fleet?" So that's who he is. Indeed, not some ordinary officer, but a naval officer. Eva presses her lips as she slowly pushes herself up from the couch. She holds onto her blanket and keeps it wrapped tightly around herself. The frigid air freezing her sweat makes her shiver. "Not great," she stammers. The officer nods, seemingly sympathetic. I understand what you have gone through. I'm sorry for your loss. It is terrible what happened." Eva bites on her lips, feeling that sinking feeling again in her stomach. "I work for a new recruitment and training program at the Volund Military Academy. I have heard you have enlisted yourself. Is that still correct?" Eva nods. Her throat tightens with a knot. She forces a swallow, struggling to keep her breathing steady. "Though you fall outside the conscription period, your call has not gone unheard," the officer responds. "We have accepted your enlistment, and I am here to take you to the academy. We will run a couple of tests on you to see who you are and what you are capable of. Would you like to take my hand?" He reaches out to her with a flat hand. A surge of excitement rushes through her veins as EVA takes it and follows the officer out of the conscription office. They step aboard a waiting IDT troop transporter and drive away towards the academy. As they drive on Uxrau Avenue, the officer explains to Evie what to expect. To assess her eligibility for the academy program, doctors will test her on all kinds of levels. Each test will pinpoint the limits of her physical and psychological conditions, intelligence, and loyalty. The pre-recruitment program, he calls it, is to ensure she is the right candidate for the academy. Even though it all sounds difficult, Eva feels excited to see where all of this leads her. She recognizes there might not be another way to take her life. This path is where she landed, and she is determined to walk all the way to the end. They arrive at Volund Military Academy, the place where teens become the proud soldiers of the Empire. The officer leads her through the building. There are so many corridors that it feels like a giant steel maze. Eva tries to memorize the route from the entrance to wherever the officer is taking her. The officer glances over his shoulder as they pass stormtroopers on patrol. "Ms. Young, I am taking you to your dorm. While you attend our program, we provide you with all your basic needs. Food, medical attention, a bed, and people to talk to. There is no need to feel worried. We got you covered at any time." Eva nods. If she's taken to her dorm, Ivy wonders who she'll be with. Will there be a whole group waiting for her? They finally arrive at the barracks. This is your dorm, Cadet Barrack 5, he says, stopping in front of the door. You are with a group of 4 others of your age. They are eagerly waiting for you. Ava feels like he is pushing her to go in alone. A hint of anxiety runs through her nerves. And you? She asks with unease. I wish I could guide you further, but it is a chaotic day for Academy Command. There is a lot of work to do. Eva nods. Go meet your team and settle yourself, urges the officer. You will hear from us again very, very soon with further details. Best of luck, Ms. Young. With sweaty hands, AVA turns to the door and taps on the panel. It slides into the ceiling and reveals a barren dorm to her. As the officer behind her leaves, AV slowly enters the room, walking silently on her toes. There are 4 girls in the dorm sitting on their beds, whispering about stuff she can't hear. Teens at the academy are always split based on sex, and it looks like Evie is assigned to a girl squad. As soon as Eve takes a step into the room, she is noticed by the others. One shifts her head to her, a girl with long black hair and her jaws moving on a piece of pink gum. Hey. Eva glances at her and gives her a nod. Her heart races in her chest and her palms sweat. She feels uncomfortable as she's suddenly dropped into a group of strangers, even when they are of her age. The change feels so sudden and abrupt. Are you the 5th member of our squad? The girl asks. Eva shrugs. Guess so. The girl stands up from her bed. Eva almost flinches at her size. She's almost a head taller than her. I'm Rosalind Varon. You. The girl extends her arm, and Eva gives her a handshake. Eva Young. She looks into Rosalind's eyes, which seem stern, a look she recognizes from officers and soldiers in the Hollow Vision's conscription calls. However, she also sees something else. It's pain, hidden in the corners of her eyes, drawing a long shadow over her pupils. Nice to meet you, Rosalind responds. Welcome to the team, and she starts pointing to all the girls in the room one by one. That's Asera, Peyton, and Eklund. Eva's eyes draw to Ashura first, a blue-skinned Pantheron with red, short hair, and golden tattoos shimmering on her cheeks. She knows from other Pontarans at school that it is a cultural thing to have them. She sees Peyton, a girl with short, black hair, and her eyes stuck to the screen of her datapad, sometimes glancing up at her and giving her a nod and a thin smile. At last, Ava sees Eklund. Her black hair is elegantly braided with care. Her eyes seem to twinkle like stars as her round glasses sit on her nose. Eklund doesn't seem to give an acknowledgement of her presence, staring through her like Eva is air. Despite the many differences, Eva notices a similarity they all share. She sees pain in all of their eyes, not just Rosalind. Did they all endure something similar? Hey. Ashura jumps off her bed and approaches her. So, I'm Ashura Mirai. How are you? Bad, Eva responds with a sigh. Ashura nods with pressed lips. Oh, you're not the only one. Are we all? Yeah, we all are since the rebel attack. All orphans. That seems strange. The Academy treats the arrangement of squads very carefully, ensuring orphans are not left on their own. Usually they are put with teens who still have their parents, but this is not the case with her team. This whole team is made up of orphans. Is Academy Command being careless, or was this planned? Why are we all in the same team? Evie asks, curious. Ashura sighs. I really don't know. Extreme luck, maybe? She turns to Peyton sitting on her bed. Peyton, do you know why? Peyton looks up from her datapad. The instruction details are not saying much. All it says is that it's part of the pre-recruitment program or something. Eva approaches Peyton. How do you know? I'm connected to the Academy's databank, Peyton responds, lifting her datapad in the air. Ashara leans towards EVA. Peyton is our tech goddess. She knows everything about it. Eva nods. Peyton, fitting name. Named after Peyton Digital Technologies. Ashara and Peyton smirk. Maybe. Peyton smiles. Before Eva can ask further, she hears the buzzer going off. EVE turns around and sees a white protocol droid entering the dorm. Its stainless body shines in the light as it glances around the room, ensuring all the girls are settling themselves. Greetings. I am Assy 4, introduces the droid with a soothing female voice. I will guide you through the Academy's pre-recruitment program. Today is day 1. We are going to do a batch of tests, examinations, and checks to assess your medical eligibility for the program. When you are ready, follow me if you will. As the shiny droid turns around, Ivy searches for her bed to dump her backpack. Glancing around quickly, she sees an empty bed that is left unoccupied by its untouched bed sheets folded with precision. She quickly puts away her bag on the empty bed and catches up with her squad as they follow the droid out of the dorm. She catches up with Ashura as they walk through the bleak corridors. What's going to happen exactly? I think they're going to do some blood tests and things like that, Ashura responds. I think they'll check our medical history too. Do we have some sort of program or schedule to follow? Yeah, Peyton has it on her datapad. Today's the medical checks, tomorrow the physical tests, and after that some psychological ones. Not sure what exactly. And if we pass those, we're eligible for the Academy? Ashura nods. Evia too. She knows she will easily pass the medical tests as she knows she has no questionable background. It's usually to assess genetic mutations, health complications, and things alike. Background checks will tell them what they've had in the past, like some sort of injury 2 years ago, or allergies. Even though she has none of those. The physical test doesn't seem to be a problem either. Even though she isn't in perfect shape, Ava knows her endurance and physical condition are good enough to improve quickly. In the Academy's sterile medbay, AVA sits on a metal bench as a nurse droid prepares a needle to take a blood sample of her. Peyton sits on another bench on the opposing side, glancing at her datapad. Waiting for the droid to be finished, Ava thinks about her squad. So Rosalind, the tall one. She seems to be a leading kind with her stern eyes. It's usually a look soldiers have. Interesting. Then Ashura. She seems soft like most other Panterans are. Peyton seems intelligent and a nerd. Hopefully, she won't overload her with her knowledge. Finally, there's Eklund. She hasn't said very much. Eva looks over her shoulder and sees Eklund with Ashura and Rosalind, mostly standing aside, quiet. It makes her wonder who she is behind her twinkling glasses. Peyton, who's the other girl? Eva asks, looking back at the girl. She looks up from her datapad. Who? Eklund? I don't know, honestly. She hasn't said much. Eva glances over her shoulder again, looking at Eklund. Perhaps she's just shy? Just no need to talk? Apparently, she's appointed as the squad's sharpshooter. Eva looks back at her. Sharpshooter? I didn't know we get ranks in the pre-recruitment program. Peyton nods. Me neither. Seems something new. Does everyone here have a role? Yeah. The tall girl, Rosalind, is appointed as the squad commander. I think she's the one going to be leading our squad if we all get there. Then there's the Pantoran, Ashura, the squad medic patching us up whenever we're wounded. I don't know. And I am the slicer or the tech goddess. Peyton smiles. Eva's eyebrows rise with surprise. Apparently, it's not just any roles. They're taken almost directly from the real job. Commanders take their troops to the battlefront. Medics treat the most horrible wounds directly in the field. Slicers hack into frequencies, laying the enemy position as bare as possible. And sharpshooters kill anyone in sight from a hidden position. It makes her feel excited that the real work is already this close, but not quite. If all the others have a role, what's hers? Do I have a role? Evie asks, curious. Peyton glances at her screen and starts tapping. Not that I can see, Peyton responds. So I'm what? A foot soldier? Eva shrugs. Peyton nods. I guess. So, foot soldier. Not bad. Though it feels a little bit undervalued, Eva still feels proud to even have a rank in the first place. Eva wonders if she'd have the chance to prove herself as more if she wants to climb the ranks at some point. I'm wondering why they give us roles already, Eva responds. We haven't even been recruited yet. It seems weird to already give us ranks. Peyton shrugs. It must be pretty sure that we pass, or they're ruling out people who don't take the job so seriously. I don't really know. I think they've already done some background checks on us so they could assess which roles fit us the best. They haven't checked yours since you came in so late. Maybe that's why you don't have a role yet. Peculiar. Even though it excites her, it feels weird to EVA that teenagers have already been assigned to a specific job without having been recruited yet. Peyton's conclusion sounds plausible. Perhaps they really are ruling out anyone who doesn't take all of this seriously, even if the real job feels so close. The medical checks go slowly but steadily. The droid takes a blood sample of her. Eva winches slightly, but it ends quicker than she first anticipated. After the blood samples, she is put in a cubicle where a doctor, wearing an eye-blindingly white coat, combs through her medical history, going through every file the healthcare service has on her. Where was she born? How was she born? Any complications? Did her parents pass on any genetic malfunction? Anything problematic? Fear of spiders? The doctor asks her the questions too, and each one Eva answers with a simple no. Nothing out of the ordinary. Her medical history is perfect from both the professional's perspective and Eva's. The late evening and the night is mostly dominated by deep silence. Eva curls up on her bed as the silence feels deafening. She glances around a little and sees everyone else gazing away, doing things for themselves to kill time. No one really wants to talk about themselves. No one has the desire to become each other's new, close friends. Eva can still feel the wounds of the Rebel air raid. The others seem to have them too. Greetings, girls. Welcome to day 2 of the pre-recruitment program. Eva stands in line with the other girls from her and 3 other teams as IC-4 stands at the end of a large barren sporting room. Next to the droid stands another one, a light blue one. Her heart pounds nervously in her chest as she listens carefully to the monotone voice of the droid. Today is the physical evaluation of your endurance, muscle power, flexibility, and cardiovascular condition, ACE explains. Firstly, we will assess the flexibility of your body. For that, you will perform various exercises that will assess your physical limits. Next to me is FPT 6203, specialized in providing physical exercises. For the first exercise, spread your feet a meter apart and stand by for further instructions. A droid is going to give us exercises. How's that possible? Droids are clunky as hell. Eva wonders how this droid will be able to do so. Eva spreads her feet accordingly as she leans towards Peyton on her right. Peyton, why are we getting this evaluation from a droid? Peyton glances at her. That is an FPT-6 protocol droid, leisure mech. It's designed for these kinds of exercises. Eva nods. As everyone is ready, AC-4 commences the start of the evaluation. The FPT droid moves his limbs like a human, bending his arms and legs effortlessly. It blows Eva's mind with its flexibility despite it being a droid. While doing her exercises, pushing her muscles to the limits, Eva notices some doctors are in the room too. They are watching her with observant eyes, tapping away on their datapads and circling the group. Each glance at them makes Eva feel a shiver down her spine, nervous about all this. Some seem to get too nervous and push their limbs beyond the limits. While Evie stretches the muscles of her legs, performing the painful split, she hears other girls groaning with pain. Some can't take it. Halfway through the evaluation, the droid starts performing the bridge pose. It lies with his back on the floor, bends up his knees while keeping his feet flat on the floor, pounds his hands next to his head, and lifts its hips up. Eva follows and lies with her back on the floor. With a pounding heart, she bends up her knees and applies pressure to her feet, keeping them flat on the floor. Then she puts her hands next to her head and lifts her hips up. As she enters the bridge pose, Eva locks her arms and spine in position, forcing her hips to stay up for endless minutes. In the corner of her eye, Eva notices the doctors keep tapping away. She makes eye contact with one, and Evie instantly pushes her limbs closer to the edge, trying everything to stay in position. However, her arms start losing sense and feel like they're burning in fire. They start trembling, no longer able to hold her weight, and within seconds, Eva collapses onto the floor with a shriek of pain. The cold floor crashes into her back, and Eva's heart skips a beat, fearing whatever the doctors think of her. She couldn't resist the pain. That might not look good on the reports they are writing. She needs to be top-notch. She needs to show the best of herself, showing that she is the right candidate for the program. This is not a good look. Eva buries her face in her hands and curses under her breath. Blast it. As Eva wipes away the sweat on her forehead, Eva sees ACE stepping towards her in the corner of her eye. Her hips ache as the droid bends over her. Ms. Young, are you in need of support? ACY asks, extending his metal arm. Still gasping, Eva grasps the droid's cold hand and gets up with shivering legs. Thanks, ACY for. Eva nod. She twists her arms to relieve the stress in her muscles. CY for, such a long name. You're welcome, the droid responds. Do you need medical attention? Eva chuckles. What are you talking about? Of course not, AC. Why for? AC. Can I call you AC? Easier for me to pronounce. The droid stares at her with his glowing eyes. AC? AC. AC, that is a good-sounding name I can approve. If you desire so, yes, call me AC. Eva nods with a smile. Without catching her breath, Eva continues and follows the FPT droid's next instructions, the Cobra pose. Eva lies face down on the floor and places her hands down under her shoulders. Again, her eyes are drawn to the doctors, constantly watching them. Evie presses her hips down and pushes her chest off the floor, creating a gentle bend in her back. She feels the pressure on her spine as her muscles feel like they are tearing apart like paper. But their studying eyes make Eva keep on going, doing everything to ensure she gets accepted into the academy. After the flexibility exercises come the strength test to measure her physical power, her raw muscle power. With burning arms, Eva pushes herself up from the floor dozens of times. Each time she pushes herself up, Eva sees Elena flashing before her eyes like lightning. She sees glimpses of the 2 body bags in the coroner's room and the smoke clearing from the debris of her home. With each flash, Eva feels the tears forming in her eyes and dropping onto the cold floor, but she knows she can't give up or show weakness. The Empire accepts no failure within its ranks. At last, the cardiovascular test. ACE leads the group of girls to an adjacent room elsewhere in the facility. Eva follows ACY in a line onto a raised platform, and she notices she is standing on a circular treadmill. Her heart stops for a moment. Blast it, what now? The girls stand in line as ACY stops ahead of them and turns around. Girls, you have all gotten through the first 2 evaluations with excellence. You are almost there. At last, we will conduct a cardiovascular evaluation. We will assess your heart rate and oxygen consumption to measure your cardiovascular health. It will be initiated after the signal. When the disc moves, do not stop. Do not slow down. Do not drag behind. Run until the evaluation is over. ACE steps off the platform as Peyton leans towards Ashura. Never heard of cardiovascular health before. Ashura looks at her. It means the condition of your heart and blood vessels. They'll see how well your heart pumps your blood around. Dank Ferric, Peyton curses. So this is to see how strong our hearts are? Great. Ava stretches her legs to ease the pain. Shit, she sighs. Suddenly, she feels a hand landing on her shoulder. Ava looks up and seizes Rosalind. Hey, don't let your chins drop. We're almost at the end. We can do this. The girls all nod. And remember, we do this to serve, Rosalind adds. Eva nods. Her eyes narrow sharper than blades as her heart races with determination. For the Empire. Rosalind looks over her shoulder. Eklund, all good back there? Eva glances behind her and sees Eklund nodding. Everything's fine, she barely whispers. First time she said something today. It surprises Evie how long Eklund can live without saying a single word. Her silence makes Evie actually forget that she's even on her team. She still wonders what's behind her silence. Maybe she's just really shy. It wouldn't surprise her. Like her, Eklund's been dropped in a group of strangers. It's maybe harder for her to adapt. Rosalind stretches her knees up. Let's do this, she smiles. As Eva prepares herself for the test, Eva hears the signal buzzing. A whirring sound fills the room as the treadmill starts to rotate. Slow at first, but as it speeds up, EVA has to keep on running until all of them are forced to do so without a possibility of slowing down. Eva wheezes as her lungs burn with agony, but the flashing glimpses of A-lines sparkling, blue eyes give her the extra power she needs to keep up. At last, after an eternity, the treadmill starts slowing down. Eva smiles and almost cheers as it slowly comes to a stop. Stumbling with the dizzy feeling in her head, Evie reaches out for her knees and gasps for air to cool her lungs. She feels the sweat covering every bit of her body as she glances at Rosalind and makes eye contact. They smile, relieved that day too is finally over. ACE steps onto the platform, glancing at all the wheezing, cheering girls. Congratulations. You have all passed the cardiovascular evaluation. Day 2 of the pre-recruitment program is over. Well done. Running all the way to the Imperial Center and back felt worse than all the push-ups and the bridge poses she had to do, and Eve feels relieved that it's all over. ACY 4 leads the group to the refreshing station. Eva washes off the sweat in the warm, gentle shower. The soft water feels hypnotizing after so much stress and pain. The exhaustion and the pain in her muscles make it feel all the more relieving. For a moment, it feels like a whole other world. That night, EVA and the rest are led back to their dorm. A second after the lights turn off, Eva quickly dozes off. The challenges of today exhausted her. However, the stretching and power exercises have been by far not the most demanding challenges. Tomorrow is the last day of the pre-recruitment program. It will be one no one can be prepared for.